Tom Hanks, plasma bag. 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 Just one douche and a hanging shaft. Just at it, he calls him back. But on the same typewriter, can't be that. Lost gloves, missing shoes, mazes and monsters, dragnet, turning fools. He's that man with the one-man shoe. Tom Hanks, plastic bag. Just one douche and a hanging shaft. Just at it, he calls him back. But on the same typewriter, can't be that. Angels and demons, which one are you? You're a lady killer, that thing you do. Pictures of missing gloves and lost shoes. What's up with all the gloves and shoes? Tom Hanks, plasma bag. Just one douche and a hanging shaft. Just at it, he calls him back. But on the same typewriter, can't be that. That's right, it's Tom Hanks, plasma bag, plastic bag. No small douche and a hanging shaft. Just at it, he calls him back. But on the same typewriter, can't be that. Oh, it's bad.
What we used to think we knew is constantly exploding. Our possibilities come true, so what we do is call out to the good guys. Good guys, good guys, good guys. Witches, weirdos, mega mistakes, entertaining, calming linguists. Good guys. Forum of decorum needs a secretive society to advance on philosophies intentionally, magically. Good guys, good guys, good guys, good guys. Witches, weirdos, mischief making. It's okay to change your thinking. Good guys. Good guys, good guys.
Big up yourselves. Welcome back to another episode of Secret Society of Good Guys. Please like and share, hit the thumbs up, and all your comments and chatting in the room helps us with the algorithm conspiracy, which we might talk about tonight. But until we get there, how are you guys doing? Good guys?
You're good.
Have you had a week?
Gooder than good.
gooder than good.
Gooder than good.
What's up, nerds?
Okay, then. Rude.
I'm so nerdy and a little frazzled that I like have socks on, but it was so stressful to me that I make sure I get socks before the show starts. And I'm wearing socks. I haven't even smoked yet.
You're lucky I'm dressed at all.
How are you feeling, Gordy?
A little under the weather. So if I'm in and out, maybe I'll see how long I can last tonight. But all right. I like talking nerdy shit.
Nerdy shit, like Conspiracy 101.
So yeah, how deep do we want to go, good guys?
Well, it's just Conspiracy 101, so not that deep.
101. So
We're gonna penetrate many holes.
all right. Easy.
Oh, that's my kind of. I'm zoomed in now.
Oh, you're like, oh, I'm paying
Penetrate
attention
the
now.
rabbit holes.
Yep.
So you're
There we
talking
go.
about your first. What's your first conspiracy? What's your favorite?
Yeah, let's do those. I like that.
That's a good place to start.
Huh.
Did Gordy freeze right when he said that?
No, I
Oh,
waited for an answer. What's your
My first conspiracy was reading, and it was like a bunch of things all at once. The Melchizedek book. It was like a purple book with a flower of life symbol, and this was probably like, no, 9/11. 9/11. 9/11. That's from 9/11. I'm just gonna say 9/11, and then after that, I got the book. But 9/11 did it for me.
right to it. You just got in an argument with yourself.
Yeah.
What age was that?
Yeah.
Okay. When was that? 2001.
2001. Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
that matters,
was
too.
16. I'm 36, so 20 years
16.
ago. Holy shit balls. Damn. Fuck.
Abby, welcome back.
Hey, I missed you guys.
We missed you.
She was like,
So
oh
long.
shit,
proud
I'm
of
paying
you.
attention.
Yeah. Holes.
look at my guns. Look at my guns.
Damn, girl, you're cut.
Oh, yeah. Did you see that sad girl? That was sad.
Isn't that sag?
Oh,
Everything's that's like they're so saggy, and it's like I've even.
I love it. I
You want
love
me to
it.
show you?
Not really, but I got to deal with it right now.
Not that we expect you to watch when you're not here, but on the mob episode, we all got to take in this.
Mm-hmm.
What
Heck
is this?
yeah, mama.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and we were all really proud of you.
Thank you.
So how's it eating normal again? Kind of normal?
Oh, well, I'm reversing right now, so I'm back strict on my diet, and I've got to slowly step down my cardio and step up my calories. So, because I got a few days to eat what I want, but seriously, I've hurt my body so bad. It's not even funny. Like, and then if I continue, I'll gain like 80 pounds. So you have to you have to go back into extreme dieting and then slowly allow your body to adjust. They call it reversing. So I'm not doing a very good job of reversing. Hopefully my coach isn't watching. So
9/11 seems like it's a big, huge first conspiracy.
Yeah.
It's like everybody's. What was yours, Thomas?
Bermuda Triangle.
Mm.
oh,
Oh.
good.
Old-
I think.
oldie but a
that or
goodie.
spontaneous combustion. Those two are
Yeah.
like the big ones for me.
Were you the kid
Acid
in the-
rain.
Well, that's real though.
Oh,
Is
yeah,
it?
man.
Yeah, acid rain's real, isn't it?
Isn't the Bermuda Triangle and spontaneous combustion?
Well, spontaneous combustion, I feel like now in retrospect, that was before flame retardant products. That was when if you got if you flicked a little ash on yourself from your cigarette,
And everyone
you
smokes
might
bed.
actually,
Yeah.
you might burn and it might not stop. And then they invented flame retardant clothing. And I don't know if you're even allowed to say that anymore.
I know.
Flame.
I was gonna say easy. We call it flame on the spectrum clothing now.
Right. So before they had flame on the spectrum clothing, and then as soon as they invented it, spontaneous combustion just disappeared overnight. So I don't know. Maybe it was like a flu thing. Like the flu just disappears.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering. I didn't want to ask what Gordy had because whatever word came out of his mouth might get us banned from
Yeah.
him
No,
tonight.
it feels like a flu. It feels like it's in the guts, you know, and it's like it's going around the district. Children, they're little disease monsters.
The flu, the thing that would let the heat out of your chimney.
Is the flu even around anymore? Because
It's just
people just be
redefined.
calling it
They just redefined it.
the C word. They're just calling it the C word now.
Yeah.
The flu is like disappeared magically.
Corvid, like a raven, a conspiracy.
Ah.
Ooh,
I didn't even know that was a word.
What? Corvid?
No.
Or conspiracy?
Conspiracy for a group of ravens.
yeah, a group of ravens. Like, because a group of crows is a murder, but a group of ravens is different. They're a conspiracy.
That's interesting. I wonder what came first, the group of crows or the word the word conspiracy as far as like the government's concerned. Conspirators. Like when did the word conspirator come around? I guess.
Well, it's from the root of conspiracy, like is breathing together, right? Like that was like the philosophy groups, like what we're doing today. It's where it's like I think it comes from Roman times, where they would conspire together. Come breathe with me was kind of like a thing where you would go and chat. And so, but that kind of turned into what the Romans did was like, you know, doing real stuff politically, you know, secretly. And that's where it kind of, they were conspirators. We are conspirators. We are conspiring together right now.
Conspiracy.
Cheney, what was your first conspiracy?
I'm an old Inquirer girl. So I grew up on the poop papers in my living room. And I remember, I don't know why it's the first thing I ever put together on the whole. I keep going, like the OJ Simpson thing was a big one. I have these like splatters of things before 9/11 that were like, this is not right. I remember reading way back when, like a kid, I think her name was Mimi Rogers, and her and Tom Cruise got a divorce because Tom Cruise, like in the like little articles where they wouldn't say the people's names, but me and my sister and mom would like guess who it was because Tom Cruise couldn't have children. So then later on, he marries Nicole Kidman, and him and Nicole Kidman adopt 2 children. And then Nicole Kidman gets pregnant, and immediately afterwards, Tom Cruise dumps her. And it's like rumored that some actress in Hollywood gets pregnant on the set of a movie, blah, 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 blah. And there's all these rumors going around that Nicole Kidman's pregnant with Russell Crowe's kid. Then she loses a child. This is before I even know about Nicole Kidman's father and anything about Scientology. At this point, I thought Scientology was like yoga. Like, I just thought it was just something you do to stretch. Like, I didn't have any clue yet. I didn't know about Dianetics or L. Ron Hubbard. And so then him jumping on the Oprah's couch and being like, I'm in love with Katie Holmes. And by this point, I already had gaydar. So I was like, he's homosexual and he can't have children. So it was just like, this was all like, oh, something different from what they're telling us on TV and what real life is. And everybody believes that Tom Cruise is like this super masculine dude. And like, you know, he's like playing volleyballs and with Iceman.
Trainy.
Yeah. So I guess that was kind of my first, those Inquirer magazines.
Mine's along the same lines because I like the one that really got me was obviously the moon landing, but the one that really was my gateway was my 5th grade teacher, Mr. Jackson. He was obsessed with Elvis. And so he would buy every Elvis rag mag there was. And he insisted he was alive. He's like, he is not dead. And he would go into it. And it was like, it made so much sense, everything he said. And I was like, this is really weird. You know, why are they always doing papers still about Elvis? It was so bizarre. It was all the time.
You know what's interesting? We were all kind of conspiracy theorists as kids. Me in kindergarten, 1st grade, like they teach us certain things. Like for me, I questioned the teacher when it came to the shape of the earth. Like I remember, you know, oh, this is what people used to believe, that the earth was flat. I was like, Yeah, that makes sense. But no, we live on a ball, and they were trying to explain that to us, and we're fighting back with the teachers. But the teachers are like, no, it's just not like that. It doesn't work like this. The magic of it all is this way. So they program that in our heads. So we are kind of kids are conspiracy theorists, I think. So it's like we start at a young age, but somewhere along the lines, they made us stop thinking.
Well, the word has been weaponized against us.
Well, yeah, indoctrination. That's what schools are.
We need a better word for that because it's not seeing through bullshit isn't the same thing. That's what we've been taught now. Like that's the understanding that is seeing that kind of seeing through that kind of stuff is conspiracy theorist. Like if you're thinking abnormally, it's not culturally or socially acceptable, you're automatically a conspiracy theorist. That's what we've learned in the last 3 years, right?
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. It's like, no, you have to believe what the masses believe, and if you don't, you're crazy. If you don't
I
believe
like
the
the word.
scientists, you're crazy. Trust the science.
I like the phrase
Conspiracy
theorist. I've never seen it as derogatory, but there's like for me, it's almost like I am that bitch. Like I am that conspiracy
Well, I
theorist.
call it a conspiracy realist.
I don't
That's
mind
what
the
it is.
whole entire insinuation either. I don't care. I feel like whatever the word was made up about is me. Like the person questioning the Kennedy assassination, moi. So yeah, it doesn't ever bother me either. I just feel like I like that. I am that bitch. Yeah. Oh no. As long as it wasn't fire.
You know what's funny is that Cheney, you're always asking questions, and I love the way that you do that because you don't just tell people what to think. You lead them in a direction of their own thinking, right? Like do the research. But the funny thing is, it was pointed out to me last weekend after my show that I am annoying as hell because I do that. Like somebody will ask me a question about what I think, and I'll say, "Well, what do you think about this? What do you think about that?" And they're like, I asked you a question. Why are you asking all the questions? And it's like, because I'm not going to tell you what I think. I'm going to tell you, go look it up yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Drives people crazy.
The
So
questions
apparently I
of
do it too. Things are rubbing off.
asking what if is probably the best question that one could ask about any topic. What if this or what
Or
if
how
that?
come?
Yeah.
Who dat? Who dat? Any of
How-
the who, what, when,
Or
where.
who what yep.
Like
I
that
like why.
whole Alice in
Why?
Wonderland.
Why is my
Why?
favorite?
Why is
Why?
always my
But
favorite?
why?
But why?
The Alice in Wonderland of it all. You know, sometimes I believe as many as 6 impossible things before breakfast. And I love that quote because it's like, it's so powerful. It's like, what impossible things can you believe? What questions do you have to ask to get there?
I don't know. It's very interesting.
And why? Why are we here?
I ask
about
that
it.
question every day.
Why are we talking about it?
Okay. And this is part of the ish. So we just said, like, in the beginning, I'm like, Thomas, what is, your first conspiracy? And you said Bermuda Triangle as one. And we all in the room, and probably everybody in the chat, knows about that. And we just moved on. And this is part of the problem that we do. That what is the Bermuda Triangle conspiracy? Thomas?
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And why did
That's
it
what
I
we're
get
think
here
it
here?
was
for
Why
when
did it?
today.
planes would go missing. It was missing planes and boats. It's essentially what it amounted to. Someone would go close to it and never be heard from again.
So, do you think, Thomas, now, what if there is an actual place at the Bermuda Triangle and that when they get close enough, they, I guess, are met with the owners of the secret island that they don't want us knowing about, and they're pulled into that island and they can no longer leave and they have no form of communication to communicate with the outside world, and they're just there and they
Like
haven't
Gilligan's
disappeared.
Island, basically.
Yeah, like,
Or
they're
lost.
like a little civilization of people who just like decide to be ballsy and go there. I'm like, oh, you want to be ballsy? Here, you can't leave now.
Or maybe they find out they've got like original like Coke with the cocaine in it.
Oh,
And they've
dude.
got like all you can eat buffets, and they're just like, I'm never going home, and I'm never telling anyone else about it. What was that movie, The Beach, with Leonardo DiCaprio?
Great movie.
Maybe it's like the beach.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that could be a really good explanation to where people have gone missing. It's like, oh, a plane's over us. They saw our island. Take them down.
Yeah.
You know? I don't know. It's just what if? You know?
Or they always put that whirlpool like sucking them down below into this idea of like an underwater Atlantis.
Yeah.
Is an underwater city a conspiracy?
It is, but it's a real one, I believe.
Are there many of these that we're gonna say we don't think are real? You think?
We can talk about, I mean,
Dude,
any,
yeah.
it's like, where
Dude.
do those planes go? Is it another realm? Is it like, if we don't know, or is it just a way that one government could kind of like make sure that no ships went or planes, if they could lure like, oh, there's the Bermuda Triangle here, then maybe England or anyone flying planes over to America, they'd be like, maybe we don't want to go that way because we might go missing. So let's go the New England route instead. Like, what about if it's just big fear factors? Like, don't look at Aleister Crowley. He's evil, but really he's just a spy.
Don't they say like by the Bermuda Triangle, there's like this pocket by the Bermuda Triangle where there's no like crazy storms, or it's just like perfectly like beautiful all the time, like some part near the Bermuda Triangle. I read
But
that,
also like radio waves don't penetrate or something. Yeah, there's all kinds of lore like that.
weird shit I've heard. It's a very
It's like
mysterious place. Do
big
I
old
want to
Compasses
find out?
go crazy.
I don't know if I want to find out. That one's a little tough
I
one.
mean, isn't Florida like in the Bermuda Triangle? Like
guys
if
are
you took
closest.
a cruise off of the east coast of Florida, you'll go through the Bermuda Triangle.
That's
Yeah.
I think that would be more fun than like doing the
I've gone
whole
through it.
ice wall of it all. Like I'd rather do that than Antarctica.
So if
Let's
we
go through a
were to
portal,
plan
man.
a secret society of good guys cruise into the Bermuda Triangle, are you guys down for
Man,
this?
let's do this. I would do it.
I'm totally in.
I'm a little
I've been-
anti-cruise ship, to be honest,
Really?
because now you're doing a floating petri dish. Yeah.
I gotta say, it creeps me out. Like cruise ships.
I've
like,
never been, and I
freak me
want to
out.
go just to experience it once.
I feel like any movie theater is worse than a
least.
cruise boat.
Right?
Yeah, no, you're not.
That's
You're
not
completely
wrong. Hey,
Wait, why
restaurant,
is that?
It's just a floating hotel.
It is a floating
eating fast
resort.
food.
And it seems like a whole bunch of people get together. They can entertain themselves doing whatever they want, but there's a whole bunch of places you can just sit and chit chat that if it was a whole bunch of people like us on a cruise, it just seems like, oh, the people over there are talking about flat earth. The people over there are talking about 9/11. The people over there are talking
The
about
cliques, the
yeah.
little like cafeteria clicks.
And then we could
Really,
all do
please.
shows and then all meet up and be like, oh, we'll record a show live. We'll go to the Bermuda Triangle.
Dude,
We'll
I would think Bermuda.
go
You are
lay
selling it. You're definitely selling
we'll
it.
go lay out on the helicopter pad at night and all watch UFOs. It could be all different things going on.
Honestly, this reality is weird when you think about it. And everything that we know is repeated by somebody, you know? So it's like, are we all copying like copycats of something? It's just like so fucking weird, dude. Like this, even information itself, like the only way we will know certain things is if we actually go and do these supposed like weird rabbit holes, like find out if there really is an edge, but we can't because so and so won't let us. Like, you
Little
know,
Baron Trump of it all. Let's do it.
yeah, it's like we're not allowed to be Laura Croft or what's the other guy?
Indiana Jones.
Yeah, there you go.
I didn't know who you were trying to compare it to.
What?
We
The
linked
other
somehow
guy.
in your
How
brains.
Dare you.
That's true. That's not true. You could be Indiana Jones.
Yeah, but to a certain extent, like for certain things, like for me, I truly want to know what we live on.
I'm gonna be Florida Smith.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
think it's easy.
I don't want to be Indiana.
I don't want to believe other entities. You know, like even the
yeah.
flat Earth model, for instance. Like I don't necessarily believe the entire. Like I believe a lot of it, but it's not complete. Like they're missing the under part of the flat earth, what's underneath, what is holding everything up, or are we on a tree, or is it different parallel levels? I don't know. We
Layla
spoke about
Ann,
this.
I
Yeah.
don't know how I'm still on the cruise boat.
Oh, my bad. I don't know how I went. I don't know how I went.
That's
all
not
the way
her
over
middle
there.
name, you guys. I just want you to know ahead of time.
It's my
I call
ADHD.
all girls I hang out with when I'm like, I just either give them the middle nickname Marie or Ann because I usually find that most girls they're like, "How did you know my middle name?"
It's my brain how it works. It's just like.
But I want to everything you're talking about. I want to talk
get there.
about.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I'm like, wait, are we in flat Earth? Wait, did we talk about? Did we already talk about eyeball shaped Earth, the Vesica Pisces?
Yeah. Well, it's kind of part of like the water of it all, But anyway.
Before, has the energy been weird this week, you guys?
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
It's always
Fuck
weird
yeah.
though.
It's always weird. Is
It's a
it just
weird
getting
place, isn't
weirder?
it? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Weird's the new norm.
And I feel like the masses are feeling the same things many of us are feeling. Like, when was it? Tuesday? Everyone like felt fucking tired. Like everybody. It's just like
Thanks,
so just, like,
Obama.
tired.
Do you think it's from the Obama movie?
Oh,
Do you think it's like all the normies watching that Obama movie and waking up in like droves, and they're all having their sleepless nights, and then we're all like, I don't, because
maybe.
that's all I see
You're
everywhere.
welcome.
There's the two things that are like my whole week, and this is why I think this is like a perfect kind of episode to do. Everything is about that Obama movie on Netflix, like To the End of the World or Edge of the Earth. I don't know what it's fucking called. I don't get my octopus teacher Tiger King by Netflix movies, but I know everybody's watched it and they're all have a whole bunch of symbolism, and they're putting out studies and stuff on it, and it's just like overwhelming masses. The other huge thing that happened this week was Alex Jones is back on Twitter X. And so I just think it's like, oh, is it just my world that this is the biggest things, or is this what are the normies up to? What are the biggest things for them? It feels like they're all watching this movie too. Like all my normal friends are like, Janie, did you watch the Obama movie with Julia Roberts on Netflix? And I'm like, no, I haven't seen it yet.
Well,
But
Barbie came out today on HBO Max.
I loved the
I liked
Barbie
both.
movie.
I liked both
I
of
loved
those
the
movies.
Barbie movie.
I've
Really?
only watched half of it today, so I've got to finish
I liked
haven't
the
watched
Barbie
it yet.
movie.
I loved the Barbie movie.
It's pretty good so
Loved
far.
it. I didn't want to, and a few times during it, I felt like my cackles are gonna come out, and then I felt like the Barbie movie took either a left or right, and like made me eat my words. It was like I was kind of impressed with how, I saw the whole like there was this whole like vote for women and part in it that like with the young girl, but it very switches even her opinion with how like, oh, maybe this pink and girly thing is important. And it's just was watching it thinking, how could a movie be made like this right now that we're living in this trans world where we're not even allowed to call anyone girl or boy, but this movie is blue and pink, and I feel like there's no swaying away from that. It's like leans in.
I gotta watch it then, huh?
It looks, what I've seen so far is really good, Layla.
Yeah. I was like,
They
ooh,
also
Barbie.
show real mind control tactics at the very end, like 100% legit mind control tactics.
Oh, will you expand on that, Thomas?
Well, I don't want to give away
a
spoiler, but
pay attention when you're watching the end.
At the very end, they try to like deprogram or change programming of somebody, and the way that they do that is exactly how Fritz Springmeier lays it out in his book called How to Create an Undetectable Illuminati Mind Control Slave. That's the full name of the book title. But they do it in that movie. It's crazy.
Okay, that's awesome.
What the hell was that?
I'm so sorry.
He's just keeping me on my toes.
Things were going so well. I couldn't keep it. I had to be on brand.
It's no, but what
Sorry.
speaking of mind control, there's another conspiracy. MK Ultra, Project Monarch,
Mhm.
kitten programming. And even you brought up a name that Ray Spritzelfingermeyer. I don't know what the names are. This is one thing I realized about the Mafia episode is dates and names eventually make my brain like turn into mush. And then I am like, I have to rewatch it and it's rabbit holes and rabbit holes and rabbit holes. But what was the name that you just said? And then
Fritz
also
Springmeyer.
you probably also know about MK Ultra to say it. Like, what is that?
Oh, well, MK Ultra was the real actual arm of 1950s CIA OSS research, and it basically, long story short, started as like a Navy thing, Project Chatter, that evolved to Project Bluebird, and then Bluebird and a bunch of other ancillary projects get wrapped up. And MK Ultra was just this huge blanket term for anything related to mind control, that was like under the military's purview, essentially. Sometimes I refer to MK Ultra as like more boring version, but it was the financial aspect. It was like the record keeping and the cutting of checks to all these different institutions and stuff. So the MK Ultra is kind of the boring aspect. It's all the sub projects that were cool.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's like billions of little projects that were all over the place too.
There
What
was
are
like
some of the
149
yeah.
documented, but there was probably way more than that.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
What are some of
149?
the ones that, and what kind of would be the differences of them?
So the way that I think about it is, imagine that you care about mind control programming. So you just cast a wide net and you go and you kind of like a scout, right? Like they would send scouts to, colleges essentially and find the kid that had the good arm before anyone else scooped them up. But now they're doing this to like doctors and to professors that are just messing with people, like the Stanford prison experiment. You could guess that anyone that's doing a project similar to that, there might be a CIA guy that just shows up and he's like, hey, we like what you're doing. Here's an extra $30,000 to keep doing what you're doing. Just turn it up to 11. And that's kind of a big portion of what MK Ultra was. So like project with Dr. Ewan Cameron, they were doing like the psychic driving. If you guys heard of this one, is where they would put people in a room and have them record either a positive or a negative message. Like, I love myself, I can do anything, or I hate myself, I can't do anything, and make them listen to it on a loop for 72 hours, some people for months on end, some people for months on end and under the influence of mescaline or MDA or LSD or all of these things, and just figuring out what worked and what didn't. So now take that and multiply it by 149 at least, and just a bunch of weird stuff.
That's crazy.
Trauma-based experiments and stuff like that. Yeah.
Is versions of the military ultra?
Yeah, boot
Did they
camp,
keep-
100%.
Oh, yeah.
Anyone that I've talked to
100%.
that's been through boot camp all agrees
Yeah.
that, yeah, this is just...
We've been MK Ultra like a motherfucker in boot camp.
Like day one,
Absolutely.
the first day
Yes.
you get in there, all you do is you have authority figures that give you conflicting instructions immediately, and they're just trying to see who breaks down, who crumples into a little ball, who has like a violent outbreak, and who just like immediately snaps in and just does what they're told. And all those things kind of categorize you as to like what you might be, they might need to like beat you down a little bit more until everyone does the thing where you just do what they say because you're freaking out all the time.
You're sleep deprived. Like that was the first thing. Like I remember going in at night, in the middle of the night, and then they really don't let you sleep. And then they wake you up at 4:30, and then they take you to breakfast. But they don't tell you. You literally have like 2 minutes to eat your breakfast, and they'll make you get up. So you're sitting there like eating like a normal person, and you've taken like one bite of your food, and they're like, "Get up!" And you're like, and you're still trying to eat, and then they're yelling at you like you didn't even get to eat breakfast. So it's like it's so crazy, like the immediacy of it. Like they're fucking with your head immediately.
So family can be MK Ultra doers to their children, right? Through certain abuse tactics and constant abuse.
I think
and
they can be manipulative, but MK
Yeah.
Ultra means like they'd have like a freaking binder and they'd be like following almost like a formula that was created by the government. In my mind, it's a
Okay.
very specific thing.
Okay.
If you were a military family, yeah, maybe. There's a good chance.
And then there's like other forms of my brainwashing and mind control that wouldn't be MK Ultra. Like you could still learn all. Gordy always talks about this one kind of way people speak. What's it called again, Gordy?
NLP. Yeah.
NLP,
What does that say? It to
Neurolinguistic programming.
What's
what
that?
would be
so
an
there's-
example?
So there are certain ways that you can get a story across, and you talk in a certain manner, and you can train yourself how to do this. And when you do this in a certain tone, and you bring the conversation up, and you bring the conversation down,
Especially
and there are certain
down.
things that you can bring down, and it's a form of hypnosis that you can actually like talk somebody into something while you're doing it.
That's nuts.
Yeah, they teach sales. It's a really good idea
Sales
if you're
things.
going into sales to
Salespeople.
learn NLP, because it will help you, because it's the way that you talk to people and makes them comfort and trust you, especially when you talk lower at the end of your sentence and you keep doing that. If for whatever reason that but they train you to like pay attention to words. Like if I'm listening to you talk and I keep hearing you say like it rings a bell or it sounds like, then I can guess that you're an auditory person, so I can use auditory triggers to catch you. So it teaches you. I mean, it's pretty extensive. NLP is pretty.
Mhm.
Wow.
It's pretty
I think
clever.
that would all be it. I even think the way that certain preachers talk on things and they hit big words, like
It's NLP.
they say
Obama.
certain,
Same thing.
certain politicians. Obama, there's like a
Yes.
conspiracy that he got trained a long time before he even became like he got trained more to be an actor than ever a politician. Like they just fed him lines and told him how to say it and had an exact cadence and not that every politician doesn't get this, but I think there's certain ones that get the gift of putting the proper.
They already have the
statement.
charisma, and so it's like, okay, let's add this to the formula.
Who was his influence? There was a man that he was working under that was his friend that kind of taught him how to speak like him and how to act like him. There's a certain individual that he was studying under. I forgot his name, man. I'm pretty sure someone in the comments will figure it out. They know who I'm talking about, but there's somebody we trained under.
I think we're also just describing rhetoric, and rhetoric used to be one of the classically trained arts that anyone would learn if they went through like classic liberal arts, like the 7. But no one teaches rhetoric anymore except for sales and politicians. If you're not going into sales or politics, then it almost feels like there's no reason to teach anyone rhetoric outside those. Although the real answer is so that you can kind of have like that self-defense. Like when you understand that someone is phrasing things to cater to you, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily trying to manipulate you, but it means that they could be. And it's also like NLP is, in my mind, is just someone had patterned a successful way of speaking and they wrote it down so that you can practice it. So it's not like it's some new technology that's made to
No.
trick you into doing stuff. It's literally, modeling after successful communication patterns.
It is. It's really effective. Like that's what people are training in NLP all the time, and it's not always in negative context. You can definitely use it for negative, but it's just effective communication, really.
Is it a form of hypnosis?
In a sense, yeah. Because
'Cause-
it's like honestly, I took a course in it. It was $7 to be certified as an NLP. I just in NLP, yeah. I just don't necessarily use it. I forget, but it's pretty interesting stuff.
Two of the forefathers are Richard Bandler and John Grinder, and both of them patterned what they learned after Miltonian. I think they call it Miltonian hypnosis. So like, yeah, it's based on hypnosis essentially. That's where a lot of the original patterns came from.
Yeah, the same guy who taught NLP was also teaching hypnosis. So
Like Tony Robbins.
yeah, because it's
Tony
really
Robbins.
good for especially if you're in a practice where you're providing like counseling or trauma healing or something like that. NLP is a really good. It's good for establishing what's it called rapport.
Yeah, don't they also use pressure points for like hypnotism and pressure points and putting people to sleep in like certain parts
That
of
one is it's a subversion of expectations. So usually what you'll see is they'll go like this is the most classic one is they'll go to like reach for a handshake. So the person goes to also do the handshake, but usually they'll like go and grab their elbow or something, or they'll like
Mhm.
grab their other shoulder. And it's like a subversion because they're putting all their focus on where their hand's about to touch. And if you touch them somewhere else and then you give them an immediate command, that's kind of like
Ooh.
it puts them into this mode where they'll just fall into suggestion because it's like, oh, I don't know what's going on. I'll just do what you tell me because I'd rather play along than not otherwise. And that's where like the performance thing comes in too.
That's
Yeah.
some ninja shit.
It's crazy. Some people like even forget their names. Like they'll legit forget their names. Like, oh, I took your name out just by a simple like touch somewhere on the body. It's mind blowing. And I'm
If
thinking
I
this is
had a
not real.
magician in my group, there's a movie that has Jesse, the guy from every zombie movie with Woody Harrelson, and he also was in the I created Facebook with Justin Timberlake movie. That guy, he was in a movie about magicians, and there was like a squad of magicians, but one of them had that power specifically, and it's a decent movie. And like what you're saying, where they could just touch you and you forget your name, or they can almost incept you with a big idea that you think's way older than it is.
Now you see me. Oh yeah, somebody said it. Yeah. Now
Oh,
you see me.
perfect. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, that's what the movie is. Everybody should totally, well, everybody doesn't have to watch it with the Desi.
Yes, you do. Just teasing.
That one's kind of fun though. I love it. I love illusion.
I like magic.
Fun. I like real magic.
I like magic too.
Is magic a conspiracy?
No.
I think so.
Magicians are.
They got a
what do you mean?
secret society.
Oh, like, do people believe in magic or not? Yeah, some people think it's not real. So, yeah, it's a conspiracy, I guess. Not for
Well,
us.
what's the difference? It's a mystery, but not a conspiracy.
Well,
I don't know. I mean, I think people have used magic and used it to trick people that thought it was real
True.
while they knew it wasn't real, and that is kind of a conspiracy. If all them,
The
if like me
illusion
and
of
you
it.
were in on it, and we know that we're using special powders and like all this parlor tricks, but no one else does, I feel like that's a conspiracy.
yeah, I
Mhm.
agree.
Right.
Well, they're using it on you.
What
That's a
about
conspiracy.
this is another thing that keeps coming up in the zeitgeist that I'm like, come on, y'all. David Copperfield making the moon disappear.
Oh, my God.
Do you guys know about this coming up?
Yeah.
It's like a ritual. I'll pull something up on it. I mean, it's a magic trick. And David Copperfield, like in our lifetime, he's made the Statue of Liberty disappear, and he's flew across the Grand Canyon. I was trying to think of other random like magic tricks that he, puts in my head, but supposedly he's gonna
Empire State Building, right?
Yeah, the Empire State Building's one. But
Elephant.
before there was like David Blaine or any of these, it's like there was Harry Houdini, and then there was a ghost town in magic, and then David Copperfield. Unless I'm I mean, maybe Doogie Howser in between, but
Gallagher.
He made watermelon. I mean, Gallagher was the first one to kind of do what what's that bitch? Or they're saying like Solange and Beyonce are doing, where there's two of them going out on tour right now, and they're both playing Beyonce on stage so they can do double the shows and make tons more money. Gallagher did that with his brother. And that was brilliant.
So he said David Copperfield is going to make the moon disappear in 2024. What's up with that 2024, man? Jesus, man. It's 24.
Layla, you make me laugh. What the F with that 2024 garbage?
It's everywhere. But anyway, we'll wait for that conspiracy. Because
Calendars.
I don't know how you
Calendars.
could possibly make a moon disappear unless you figure out what the moon really is.
Illusion.
You know? Some
lights
people
went
think
off.
the moon is a hologram. Some people think it's an actual fucking rocket floating in space, magically without rotating or anything.
It says David Copperfield plans to make the moon disappear. An epic stunt, 30 years in the making. Oh my gosh.
This site could
How
be
old is
risky.
David Copperfield? First of all, like he's alive apparently.
What is Save the Children? It says that's where the money's going to. Is that like a food thing, or is this like a Sound of Freedom thing?
Save the Children is also a Kanye thing. He sold shirts that said Save the Children. I actually have one.
I feel
It's
like
okay, it's
somewhere,
a hunger thing.
yeah, I feel like somewhere they took our hashtag and they changed it into this. Like in 2018, Save the Children hashtag meant something completely different. And then all the accounts attached to that hashtag went away. And now Save the Children's becoming this hunger thing. Not that every way shouldn't save the children, but it didn't start out that way. It's like a stolen thing that we can't use anymore. They deleted and then they're coming back. But everyone I know that was always using that hashtag where it became hot online, it was like,
Save the Children from the tunnels.
yeah, and Wayfair and everything else.
Yeah.
Speaking of Wayfair conspiracy, which was a conspiracy that people, I'm going to try to like not explain this to you guys, but people that don't know the Wayfair conspiracy, there was a conspiracy in like 2019, maybe 2018, that Wayfair had items like household items like a pillow or a chest or something, and they were priced for an exorbitant amount of money. And where people were looking into these, they were named after missing children from places, and they were, you know, like a pillow that was $9,000, and people were making these connections, and like Ellen DeGeneres was selling stuff on Wayfair that was doing this kind of thing. So
And
this
the pillows were like the most generic in their astrology, like Sagittarius, and it was like not even anything nice. It was seriously the most basic design, because I immediately went and looked all this stuff up. You know,
Yeah, it wasn't like a $9,000 pillow. It was
Yeah.
like just a pillow that you could buy at Walmart or something, or like maybe like Home Goods.
Yeah.
But this week, Etsy, I think it was Liz Crokin. I'll give her a shout out because I really think it was her, and she always does good work if she's not a conspiracy of her own. But she did a bunch of work with researchers on Etsy and found out they're doing the exact same thing right now. And so
Yeah.
they're finding all these pictures of like kids with like one pizza over one eye, like a piece of art that they're selling for $9,000 with only one available.
You know what
And things
also
like
is
this.
tied with the Wayfair? Howie Mandel, and taking a bag and cutting it a certain way and writing shoe stuff on the bag, but instead of putting the S in front of where the shoe and the S for the stuff should be, it was a 5. And when you research that, it was the, I guess, the artificial formula of the adrenochrome molecule. So that was weird. And the cutout of the bag, when you cut it open, it was legit the symbol of the Wayfair symbol. So it was just odd that Howie Mandel was talking about a tutorial about making a bag for shoe stuff. And when you searched it, it was tied to adrenochrome. It was just fucking weird, that whole situation all in itself. Like,
And then
people thought we were nuts, bro. It's crazy.
That was a weird one.
Bobby's word will never be the same.
What somebody in chat, they said they like how I say pillow instead of pillow. This is one of my words for all of life that I just know I say wrong, and it's just, I don't know if it's Southern, I don't know where it comes from, but saying pillow, and I know that's how it's spelled, but even the word spelled, I want to spell SPELT, like spelt. Like, I know that's how it's spelled, but yeah, pillow. It sounds so much more relaxing.
Thomas, how do you say pillow? Because you're from Florida too, so
Pillow, like a pill mill pillow.
A pillow.
The one that it's always the litmus test for me is, what do you put on your pancakes?
Syrup.
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 And see how there's
Syrup.
syrup and there's syrup.
Syrup.
I say syrup.
Scissor.
I
But-
know what you scissor.
like mayonnaise too. Like, how do you guys say mayonnaise? You say mayonnaise?
Mayonnaise.
Yeah,
May-
I say
Mayo.
My
Hellman's.
grandparents were from Ohio.
yeah, Hellman's.
They said
Put some
They said
mayo on that
turlet.
shit, baby.
turlet.
Turlet. Turdlet. That's the turdlet.
Grandparents said turlet.
I want to kind of bounce in between like weird conspiracies and then like ones that everybody's into, and just one that's coming up randomly. What's the Cabbage Patch Kid conspiracy?
Isn't that the whole thing tied with the orphan trains and selling of not selling of kids, but like adoptions of kids,
What's
And
the
it-
orphan train conspiracy?
the baby
Ooh.
incubators and shit? I don't know.
It's the Great Reset that the Earth is reset every couple hundred years, or 100 and something years. And so when they do that, they obviously get rid of the adults. They save the kids who are 5 and under, because the kids are all like clean vessels, right?
What do they
don't-
do to the kids? They save the kids?
Yeah, they save the children, because
Oh.
the children basically. Yeah, well, but they put them on a train.
Do they save them or are they clones?
Oh my god, that's so crazy.
Wow.
So they
That's
save the
crazy.
children. Go on from that point.
Save the children so that way they can repopulate, because nobody has a memory before 5 years old. Most people don't. I remember Back to the Crib, but most people don't. So
Well-
most people can't remember anything before kindergarten. So
That's
you can
just memory.
reset a whole generation and reset history, whatever, with if you just get rid of anybody who's under the age of 5, or probably more like under the age of 4. So the idea that there's all these orphans, and I mean, it was in all the pop literature, every Oliver Twist book and all the English literature, like, were all about orphans, and they had crazy huge orphanages all over Europe, but they didn't even have the population to like they'd have these orphanages that would hold like over 30,000 children in them, but they didn't have like a population that was big enough to have that many children.
So
So
the other thing is that it could be cloning and like this whole homunculus idea, because there's this whole conspiracy within this conspiracy with postcards and people collecting these strange postcards and magazines all from that time period. And it's like children for sale and baby incubators. It's like all these babies in these incubators. And the way that they
At the
depicted
World's
these
Fairs,
children were like old looking. They didn't even look like kids. Like these kids looked old as children. So it's like, does something happen? Were they cloning kids, or did something happen to the parents and they were just like all orphaned? Are we an experiment? Are we even real? Are we AI? I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway, that's how
Wait,
my
wait,
brain
wait.
works.
no,
Let me shut up. Shut the fuck up,
No,
Layla.
you're
Hey,
saying
shut
good
the fuck
stuff. So it's like there's a conspiracy that back when there was like babies just at random spots in the country, and they'd place these babies inside like openings of cabbage patches, like leaves, and just set them all up, and people would just be randomly able to go to these places and buy babies. And there was advertisements and everything that you're saying of like incubators, and just like, you can get a child today. Like
Yeah.
it was a vacuum cleaner, and people like the stork just dropping babies off at people's houses. It was like in every cartoon that people would just show up the following week with a baby. And there was also a lot of women from the period of a certain time that, well, that's later on. But anyways, this all happened around like the Tatarian people talk about it,
Mhm.
and people with like a great reset that it happens over and over again.
Yeah. Wasn't there a video or the first film ever recorded, and it was about the Cabbage Patch, where this lady is standing, it's black and white, and she has babies in her hands, and there's babies all around the Cabbage Patch, and like some of these babies she just like kind of like tosses on the floor like they're like literally nothing, like bean bags. So it's like a weird, creepy fucking little clip. I don't know if we could pull it up, but it's one of the first video movie clips, I think, or I forgot what the quote on that is exactly, but yeah, it's a very interesting clip they have out there based on the Cabbage Patch Kids and the Cabbage Patch Kids dolls. So weird.
And getting children, even the baby doll itself, like came out at a certain time to get children comfortable with taking care of children. Like it wasn't always around. Maybe it was something like they even say certain pictures at a time were all young people. And they were like, oh, everyone used to die when they were really young. That's why everyone just died when they were young. But it was really just because at some point, like all the people over a certain age died or got killed because they were harder to re-educate or different civilizations. I don't know. What is your thought of this, Thomas?
I think that the orphan trains were real. I don't know if I believe in the Cabbage Patch babies, and I've also heard a lot about the World Fair with like they would give babies away. And I looked into this one, and the closest that I found was that they had like a competition that if you won some competition, you would like win a baby, but nobody actually claimed the baby. Like no one wanted that, and it sounds like kind of a crappy prize to come home with, anyways. But I mean, if you look into, I went to Boston recently, and I did like a bunch of like the most random little tours. But one of the things that stood out to me is there was this whole like the dark history of the adoption industry, especially in America, and that the whole like anonymity of the adoption process and how hard it is to find out who your original birth parents are. It was spun as like a way to protect mothers that had children born out of wedlock, because that would be this horrible stigma that could ruin your life, maybe even be dangerous to you. So that was the premise, where it was like, we just need to make sure that no one can connect these kids back to the parents. But the real reason was because it was these rich ladies that were just paying poor people and then taking their children, like literally stealing their children. In many cases, there was a much higher demand than there was a supply, and they began to actually kidnap children and then sell them off to, you know, people that could afford them. And because of the way the adoption laws even work today, there was no way to trace it back. So it just inherently covers your tracks. So I think this is like the real version of this Cabbage Patch and orphan train stuff. Like that's a dirtier, messier, easier to get in trouble, like leave traces behind, more chaotic. I think it's way more systematic and organized now. And we just say adoption agencies, but it's the same damn thing.
Like the Irish church, or like in Ireland, all the dead babies and stuff behind all the churches and it's just like there's almost kid mills going on in every country and through every religion, that's under the guise of like, we're trying to protect this woman or this teenage girl, but then they just have baby mills.
We're not that far removed from people that believed in changelings. I mean, changelings were still fairly popular in the early 1900s. And for anyone that doesn't know what changelings are, even Martin Luther wrote about changelings as if they were like a real thing. And that, again,
What's
that's
a
not that far
changeling?
removed. A changeling was,
They,
this is going to sound a little bit weird, but
the phase.
basically when like a fairy or a gnome or like some kind of a magical tiny creature gets into old age, they will, like, it's the retirement plan. It's like when grandma fairy gets so old that you can't take care of her, you would go and find a human family and you would swap the baby out for grandma fairy, and you basically trick this human family into taking care of grandma until she, you know, passes off into the next fairy afterlife. So a changeling would be when you have a suspicion that your baby's been swapped out for a changeling, and they would like take, you know, the same look and everything. The only difference is that they wouldn't have the same emotional response. They wouldn't like recognize you. And the way that they would test for a changeling is they would put them in the oven. They would literally put the baby in the oven, and if the baby cried, then you know that now what. And it wasn't that you were wrong, it's that it was a changeling, and the second the baby cries, they swap them back out again. The fairy like jumps out of the baby and they put the baby back to where it was at. But if the long story of this is that it explains autism before people knew what autism was. So they'd go in and check on the baby and be like, oh, all of a sudden it doesn't recognize me, or it's not giving me the affection that it was a month ago, which is a common side effect of what people describe as, you know, autism. But back then it was like, that's not my baby. That's some, that's some old lady fairy. Let's throw it in the oven. So I mean,
Well, they'd also leave them
Yeah.
outside too. They'd leave them outside on a hill
Right.
sometimes too, so they'd hopefully get them swapped back.
Kind of
and
reminds me
and
of
the
that.
thing was that, like, grandma's not having a good time here. Take grandma back and swap it out with another baby. That was the whole point of leaving the baby out in the forest. It was like, oh, this retirement home sucks.
Isn't there a nursery about something like that? About putting a old woman in the oven or a kid in the oven, and what was that?
They used to say witches did that, like Hansel and
Yeah.
Gretel,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
But that
What
could have
about
been to make sure
Benjamin
that she wasn't
Buttons?
going to eat her own, right?
Isn't they kind of took the story like Changeling a little bit and made Benjamin Buttons? Tippy tappy, tippy tappy, tippy tappy.
Definitely.
Oh, Abby Nicole.
I, you,
um,
I like Nicole, by the way. Like,
it sounded okay with
it's not Marie and it's not what, and but I like, Abby Nicole has a nice ring to it.
it
What was
seemed like
mine?
with the full outfit.
What was mine?
Layla Ann,
Layla Ann. Oh, that's a bad one.
because it was Southern.
Layla Ann.
I don't know who it was in chat that said it. Maybe it was Cherie, maybe it was Tina, but they said, Layla, that you looked a little like Being John Malkovich, like Cameron Diaz and Being John Malkovich right now. And I thought that
see it.
was a great comparison.
Who was that? Wait, who?
Cammy D and Being John Malkovich.
Cammy D.
Yeah, Cameron Diaz. No relation to John D. as.
And what?
Being John Malkovich. Yeah, okay. So a real conspiracy, 9/11. That seems to be the big thing that most people definitely took their big red pill on 9/11.
Yeah, it did it for me. I'm just like, man, Obama? Oh, not Obama. Osama? Like from all the way over there, like hitting our fucking buildings in our country.
What's the official story of 9/11?
That Osama bin Laden did it, and that's why they let me not go there. Osama bin Laden did it. I was just gonna jump somewhere else, so I stopped myself.
But he didn't take credit, and he
No,
didn't
he
want
didn't.
credit.
No, he didn't, and he
And-
didn't do it.
What is the official story of what happened that day?
Well, there's many. There's some that say that it was CGI and that bombs.
No. The official story of what happened that day.
Terrorists with box cutters took over planes. That inexperienced pilots were able to perform incredible maneuvers. That it was the first time in history fire alone brought down a skyscraper that was specifically designed for the exact scenario in which it fell under. The first time a freestanding Building 7 also was blamed for falling down through just pure fire. The first time 2 planes disappeared, one into the Pentagon, one into Shanksville, PA, disintegrated in the middle of the air. A lot of first time that there was a NORAD stand down when they had the same scenario that they were training that actually happened, to the point where there's people recorded saying, wait, is this part of the simulation or not? And they had to tell them that.
Dude.
Yeah, that's the official story. And that that they didn't have any cameras pointed at the Pentagon except for a gas station. That was the best security. That they had important financial records that were about to be presented in public about where missing billions of dollars went, that miraculously got hit in the same spot. I think and they found the unscathed passports on the ground, but couldn't find the plane parts.
Miraculously.
So that's the official story as far as I'm aware.
Well,
That
now
was perfect.
they do actually have footage of the Pentagon now where it's a missile, apparently, not a plane, but
it's like
they don't
2
want to
frames.
show that. Yeah, 2 frames. They don't want to show that to the public, but yeah. Oh.
What what about so that's the official story. And now what are some of the conspiracies around 9/11?
Okay. So the one that I really, really like is the Mossad. Um, I guess entering the building when and there's also footage of this
Who's
and
Mossad?
pictures. The Mossad or the white and blue flag with the star in the middle is
Branch
with the two
Davidians?
stripes. Okay, is it's real. It's very real. Is real. Okay. So yeah, Israeli agents apparently somehow had access to the buildings, and there's pictures of these agents with tons of boxes around them, and those boxes contain fuses. And there's a whole book on this, but they don't want to tell you about it. And the cover of the book is literally the building of the Twin Towers, like, the whole grid of it. So that's what I believe. Bombs were hooked up into the structure, and that Israel were the ones to do it because of the money that went missing the day before that they couldn't account for. And it was trillions of dollars. And then they had to blame somebody, and they blamed the Muslims.
Do you believe there were planes on 9/11?
Yeah.
I do
Yeah,
too.
or I saw like CGI stuff of it too, like people claiming that it's CGI, and those are very believable too, so that could be an option. But I don't know. I can't
It
really
seems
know.
too humane. Like what's the reason to do CGI? Because they didn't actually want to hurt anyone? That doesn't
Right?
that math doesn't work for me.
Because a plane, even by the best pilot, might be like a little difficult to get it all to go off right. And so, but if we could just energy weapon it and then put the video later on, because no one knows what happened to the first building at all. All of it just explodes at the cap. And then the second one, they get us all to tune in, and then the second one we all get to watch hit. So most of us see it on TV in a magic form of David Copperfield hypnosis, that a
Mhm.
majority of it, the people in New York at Ground Zero, they're all running for their lives. No one's turned back around. If they are, they just see the cap explode again, and then enough people with their phones or getting told it, or like 100 monkeys are just like, I saw the plane hit it too. I want to be there, because we also all, in our humanness, we want to take our point where we're like, my blankety blank was at 9/11, my this, that. We all wanted to grab onto something that we could hold, the same way as like the people, oh, I've had COVID twice, I've gotten 2 boosters.
Mhm.
It's just like we grab this, like, hey, I'm going to put my badge on that I had a friend at 9/11, or lost someone, that I saw the plane, I was in a bus at 3 blocks away, I worked at Wall Street. Like, we want to 601 each other, like, you know.
I was sleeping.
Yeah, so I feel like we're so quick to grab our piece of the trauma, because, and it was really traumatic. They played it for us over and over and over and showed us so many times what happened, that I even feel like Howard Stern, he was live, and so he told us what happened. We have people at the thing, they just saw a plane hit it. So I don't know. I'm like
Cheney.
a person on the fence about if it could be planes involved or not, because the one at Pennsylvania, the divot was in the ground, there was no such thing as a plane. There's all the proof that all the planes and all the videos and all the things of the, I'm going to call my mom, I got perfect reception from the air, hi mom, make sure you walk the dog, it's 3 p.m. on a Wednesday, people with box cutters took over a plane, I love you, have a great day. It's like the weirdest
Mhm.
messages that everyone gets. And then the Pentagon, another proof there wasn't a plane at the Pentagon. So we have proof there's not a plane in Pennsylvania. They don't find one piece of an aircraft any bigger than a phone book. And we have proof there's not a plane at the Pentagon, but all of a sudden the 2 planes at the Twin Towers are real. That is just and I rest my case, Your Honor.
Yeah.
But
Honestly,
I don't know if I'm one of the people that necessarily believe that, but I can understand
what
what
I
they're.
can tell you is how the energy of New York City was during that. It was like, when they say you see humanity come together at the precipice. So it's like they thought like everything was gonna fucking go down. Like, that was just the beginning of what America was gonna face. We thought more shit was gonna come, that this was just the start of shit. So everyone had this sense of like, oh my God, humanity. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Maybe y'all felt it too, but being in New York City, I'm not trying to wear the badge. I'm speaking as like a
Oh yeah,
community.
you were a New Yorker.
Yeah. So I was asleep. I woke up. I see it on TV, but I'm thinking it's a movie. Like whatever. I'm just like dazed, sitting on the couch, and my mom comes in. She's like, "Oh, the Twin Towers were hit." I'm like, "What? No fucking way." She's like, "No, you're watching it on TV." I'm like, "What the fuck?" I swear, I don't know. I don't know. It just seems so unreal that people in caves could do that.
A guy on dialysis
I'm
in a cave.
sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. A guy in a cave cannot do that.
I think it'd be interesting to hear from somebody from Lahaina,
From where?
from Maui.
Has anyone gotten to hear from any of those people?
I don't know.
The algorithm on that went hush hush completely
Really?
on TikTok. Like I don't see
Very.
anything, and I used to see it everywhere.
Nobody's talking about it at all.
Mm-mm. Not the children, nothing, and people are still fighting for it.
I don't want to fly way away from 9/11, but what's the Maui conspiracy? What's the Lahaina conspiracy? What's the
Well,
official story first?
the official story: wildfires burned through the town and caught everybody off guard. But then when people, they said, I think they said that only 108 people died or something like that. And everybody who has survived, who had to like jump into the water, said that there were thousands and that thousands of children were still missing.
Mhm.
But they saw people burnt in their cars, like very unnatural for a wildfire. Like people instantly fried in their cars.
Yeah, do baby.
How does that happen?
do.
And the other added thing was that the idea is that the DEWs are the directed energy weapons, and the evidence for that was the blue roofs of the houses that were not damaged, were not blown up. And,
Blue cars, blue
blue
anything.
cars, blue roofs. So people
Anything
were
blue? Have you seen any of the stuff at 9/11 where there is all the cars that are blue are left at 9/11? Like
Yeah.
now that people know this new thing in a conspiracy theory, they have a new like puzzle piece. They're going back and looking at old conspiracies that they thought were these kind of events with maybe an energy weapon, and they're finding, blue tarps, blue, all around the World Trade Center.
Yeah. There's also images of 9/11, video images of like what looks like to be DEW energy weapons in the sky for the second building. Not for the first when it went down, but like for the second, or when it got hit, the first one. But for the second building, some footage you can see like what looks like purple beams, purpley blue beams.
Was there any of that with Building 7? I don't remember hearing about directed energy with Building 7 because
that could be a thing too.
Is Building 7 one of the buildings? Is that the one that was the lady was on TV and did it 20 minutes early or something?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Or
and it free fell behind her?
Oh, is that the one?
I think she called out the second tower. She was like, in the second tower's been hit, but it was before the second tower got hit. And I think this was a channel, or no, it was like a BBC overseas thing. Like they got the advance notice because they were in a different time zone from when it was happening, and she let it slip.
Yeah, and it actually fell behind her, I think.
Or she was really good at her job. Maybe that's what it was.
Remember.
Yeah, I felt like I feel like Building 7 fell right behind her when like 20 minutes early, a lady. And then Building 6 gets totally cut out, like a perfect square in the middle, like it's vaporized right through the center. And then Building 3 and 4, World Trade, they get incinerated, but in the free fall of everything else. And all of these buildings, when people started to research them, all had like CIA offices in them, and tax offices for the government, and different, like, Rudy Giuliani's office, and all these different banking things and insurance things and what have you.
And a brand new insurance policy and
Mm.
asbestos that had a huge price tag to safely remove it and replace it, where it would have been just cheaper to knock it all out. But then to knock it all out, you'd still have to remove the asbestos in some special way. Well, guess what? If a plane hits it, all that goes away. Like none of those issues happen, and you get paid out for the insurance policy on top of that. I mean, luckiest guy ever. Like, that was better than investing in Bitcoin early, right?
And it was a terrorist policy on top of that. Like right? It was a terrorist policy in there. If it was a terrorist attack, we would receive such and such trillions of dollars.
It was like 1.3 billion or something.
Something like that. Crazy. Who do you think did it?
9/11?
Yeah.
I feel like whoever the same evil, I feel like the Bushes are definitely involved, which always makes the CIA involved to me. I think all the shadow governments are attached. So if it's Mossad, MI6, CIA, whatever, we have these names on them, but then there's just a shadow above that we don't know the names of them, and they're all working compartmentalized ops. And I think we had to go into the Middle East to dismantle it, to end up making a greater Israel, and that it's like all a big huge plan. And so it's dismantling the Middle East. We had to go in because we always hear about Saddam Hussein. He was like the plug that had to be unplugged. Like, he was the dude, whatever reason, holding this whole arena at bay, and he had to be unplugged from that arena. And so then who knows what the real Saddam Hussein was? We know everything on TV. We know all the character, but he could be the same exact creation as a Kim Jong-un or Osama bin Laden, like a guy on dialysis that, had remote controls.
Yeah.
From
Also, Yasser Arafat, they viewed him, they portrayed him as the same as Saddam Hussein. What other president?
Don't you think it's even a conspiracy that they gave us Obama Hussein, like Hussein Obama afterward? Like, it was like almost a walk-in for us that I'm like, what
For
like,
real.
where I was like, the simulation theory where it was
For
like
real.
having that given to us was so bizarre. Like we just had to, no pun intended, eat our crow.
Insane.
It was Hussein. So Hussein.
Hussein?
And then there's
I like the
I
fact
Pet
that we
Goat.
buried him at sea.
Oh,
my-
go on. Yeah,
You
that's
guys-
a conspiracy.
Mhm.
That
Yeah.
is the most.
We
Who
buried
made the
Osama
body?
didn't-
That was the most
Out of-
un-Muslim thing to do. Muslims don't do that. They don't do that. That's forbidden. Like, that's crazy to me.
Well, that's what they said they did it for. So they would like
out of
humiliate him,
respect to
and
his culture.
yeah, they would humiliate him and wouldn't honor him or have him any place he could be martyred.
Do you guys think he's Epstein or no? I don't think so. I think he's alive.
Oh, I thought that's what Epstein means.
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. Yeah.
He died on TV.
Yeah. He's Epstein. Yeah. That's what I meant, guys. Sorry.
Okay. After the 9/11 conspiracy, and chat, feel free to throw in anything that you want to. If we're missing anything, or if you want to go back or whatever. Right after that, Gordy went into the Maui conspiracy, and that's like a good energy weapon conspiracy. And I don't want to get away from that too quick, because that also goes into like dumbs and the Oprah of it all.
Yeah.
So the official story versus the conspiracy of it. But then there's also a conspiracy that like Hawaii isn't even a real state. It's like its own country still.
The kingdom.
But yeah, what is that?
I don't know.
They used to have a kingdom. They were a monarchy before we got there, supposedly.
Supposedly, the history.
Yeah, the history. If we believe history, see, that's the thing. Is this whole thing is because we feel like we've been lied to. Like there's secrets and mystery, and we're always like having to dig because, oh my God, somebody lied to us, and then we got to figure it out for ourselves, and so we get this like obsession with truth. I'm gonna figure out what's real.
But
Then
doesn't
we
it
figure
piss
out
you off?
everything's fucking fake. And then you're like, oh, you got to come back around. And then you have to reevaluate all your shit again. Like you have to do this periodically in your life. Like just throw it all out and reevaluate everything. Just start from scratch because we don't know shit from Shinola.
What can we
This is what we're
upgrade
just trying to
today?
figure out.
Deprogramming.
Just deprogram yourself. And then you'll be all right. Just breathe.
I'm gonna be
Fucking
working on
breathe.
Secret Society of Good Guy
Fucking-
merch with Gordy's face as this. We don't know shit from shit. How does that?
We don't know shit from Shinola.
What's
Dude,
Shinola?
Put that
Shinola?
one on a coffee cup because I'm gonna get all your faces on coffee cups. I literally am. And I'm gonna have like a
You
different.
don't, we don't know shit from Shinola.
Mood for the day.
Yep.
Old man term.
Alright.
Shinola was
Honestly-
actually a shoe polish.
Okay. You wouldn't know shit from Shinola. That would be, no pun intended, really shitty if you were shining your shoes
Yeah,
with
he
shit.
was shit. Mm-hmm.
I love this. Thank you for telling me what that meant.
Hidden history.
My mom would always say things like Beulah. Like she would call, like if she didn't like another lady at the grocery store, she'd call her Beulah. And I was
Beulah.
like, what is that? So it
Hmm.
almost felt like Shinola was some thing that was like Beulah that I'd never know unless I asked it now.
Beulah.
Was it a Bueller's Day Off reference?
No, and the only other time I ever heard it in my whole
That's
life
what I heard too.
is I was watching Ferris Bueller's Day Off night. I was watching Field of Dreams, and she is about to get in a fight because the town is like, you're not allowed to build a baseball field in your town. And she's like all of a sudden standing up for her husband, and some lady says some shit, and she's like, all right, Beulah, you want to step outside? And I was like, oh, my mom says that, but I still don't know what it meant.
Is
So
there an R in the end? Bueller or Beulah?
Beulah.
Beulah.
Beulah, like doula.
Beulah.
Beulah. The okay. Do you guys have a conspiracy you want to bring up?
JFK.
Ooh, who did it?
What is the official story of John Fitzgerald Kennedy and his assassination? I should
Lone
say.
Wolf. It was Lee
Grassy
Harvey
Knoll.
Oswald, Lone Wolf, Magic Bullet, Perfect Shot,
Grassy Knoll.
Grassy. Well, no, that's not the official.
Oh, it's
story.
not. Oh, damn.
What is the magic bullet?
The magic bullet was it took a non-linear trajectory, like kind of like curved down, went through somebody's wrist, bounced back up, went through like a chest, maybe, depending on the story or the documents you look at. But it actually like kind of came back up in midair, spun around, did a little backflip, and then went through the head. But then also recreated it to make it look like the entrance wound was the exit wound. So yeah, it was a magical bullet.
A David Copperfield bullet.
A smart bullet. Maybe they programmed it.
I hear it too. Do you guys all hear it?
I hear it. I'm like, what am I
I
hearing?
liked it. I didn't mind it. We were MK Ultra people. If you caught that, that will be a slight thing.
That's probably my
didn't-
kid.
I
He
didn't hear
never
it.
stopped singing. He sings 24/7. So I'm sure that's my house.
Does he have a good voice?
Yeah.
That's fun
Yes.
then. I think that's awesome that you let him sing because I feel like a lot of trauma. I don't know a lot of boys if they have this trauma, but a lot of women in my life have this trauma. Is somewhere they were singing, doing their little girl thing, spinning, like being Britney. And then their mom was like, "Oh, you can't carry a tune in a bucket. Please stop singing." And they were like, little girl ballerina Barbie self was like puddled. Like, so. That is a lot of things. So I think it's awesome that your kid's just singing his
Yeah.
face off.
Yeah, it's a happy person. A happy person sings, I think. So,
Yeah, I think they sing and notice animals.
yep.
Do you think psychos whistle?
Or the whistle like really well, you mean?
I don't know.
When
Sometimes
they have
it
the little
just-
trill and you're like, how the fuck do you do that?
or you just hear someone alone and they're working and they're just whistling.
I do that.
Oh, I can't whistle right now. Weird.
I won't get into that the conspiracy of whistling.
I
What
recently
is that
learned how to
movie?
do this one, but I'm not going to do it right now. But yeah, the one where you put your,
I thought New Yorkers were just born knowing how to do that.
No, I just recently learned.
I can whistle with my fingers.
I thought New
Oh.
Yorkers just had to get a cab that way.
And then this one.
Or like sit at a construction site and say, "Nice ass." Woo woo. I just thought it
There's a
was
certain way to
like
do it.
built in.
But I'm not going to do it. It's loud.
John F. Kennedy. So that was the official story. Now, what do you think happened to John Fitzgerald Kennedy?
Well, there's a couple conspiracies. I guess the one that people, I don't know. There's one that Jackie Kennedy might have done it. There's one that the drivers could have done it, or the people in the middle, or some.
What do you think?
I don't know. Kind of looks like Jackie was a part of it, but wasn't the only shooter, because that's another conspiracy that he had more than one bullet in him. One that went up through his neck, and then another one through his head. There was more than one bullet penetration of him in actual reality. So I don't know. I think Jackie was a part of it for sure because of who her family is and who her father is. What's the last name?
That's not her father.
Or who is that?
That was her next husband, and that was her sister's
Oh, there you go. Yes.
her sister's ex.
Aristotle Onassis.
Yeah.
He was the biggest publishing. What's that word they always use? That's not magnet. It's like magate. It's like a word.
Magnate.
Magnate on the planet.
Mhm.
And yeah, like Robert Maxwell. He was a publishing house king, and at the time, he had the biggest private security force on the planet. And so he left his longtime love, Jackie's sister, to marry Jackie O, because the second Robert was killed, supposedly, she thought they were after her. That is what the story of their kind of gig was. I don't know. But what do you think happened, Thomas?
I'm vanilla. I think it's grassy knoll. Specifically because of the exit wound and the body double and all of the post autopsy stuff. My favorite theory that I don't believe, but my favorite one was that JFK reached pure enlightenment at that moment, and that's what happens when you reach enlightenment, is that your head explodes.
I've never heard that one, but isn't that's like the Carlos Castaneda thing?
Yeah, like
Well,
for whatever reason, he at that moment he became fully enlightened, and the human body can't really it was like he heard the true name of God, and his brain exploded from it.
Do you think that going back to JFK assassination would be just as much time travel as like where people are like, I'd go kill baby Hitler? People would like go back to that day. Like for Americans, doesn't that seem like a big, huge, like, and that's the day the music died?
especially for boomers.
Yeah, boomers big time. Wasn't he just the son of like mafiosos that were just peddling alcohol during Prohibition, and that's where it all came from, and the rest of his family were lots of drunks and right? Like it's weird that he had this weird like Camelot, like Prince Arthur, Knights of the Round Table aura about him after he died, just because he said that he didn't like the IRS and the CIA once and then died from it. But
I thought
I'm
it
not
was all side
completely sold that he was like altruistic.
but I was told had to do with the whole Federal Reserve of it all, because that's when the silver certificates came out. He was trying to read back money with actual, so this was all monetary. He was took out by the Federal Reserve, like, by the they, because he was trying to do what same thing Lincoln was trying to do, which was take back like money, take back our financial, because the Federal Reserve isn't a federal
Like our whole
entity at all.
currency
Our
system.
currency is not, it's owned by an outside entity. The Federal Reserve is not it's not a branch of the government at all. It's a privately owned.
If
It's as
So-
federal as
government-
the FPL or
Yeah.
whatever that.
So
Yes.
Kennedy put out the silver
It's as
certificates
federal as FedEx.
try to back it with silver because the gold was already taken, right? So he's trying to back it with silver, and when he issued those, he's basically trying to like make money worth money again. And so by doing that, he became a threat. So he had to be taken out.
Have you ever seen? I wish I could remember the name of it, but there was like one of those Netflix series, but it's basically
Standard,
about
yeah.
this entire town that has like a beef with this one guy, and then like the sheriff goes away for a day or two, and the day that the sheriff from that town goes away, like 30 people shoot at this truck, and he dies, and then the sheriff comes back in the town, and like everyone basically says they didn't see what happened, no one knows what happened, and the issue is that everyone in town had some sort of a motivation to kill this guy. So therefore, it was like no one is, and I think JFK found himself in the exact same situation where it's like he crossed paths with everybody from the mafia to the IRS to the CIA to the federal. Like you could just name any alphabet
Be a
agency,
good guy.
and he picked a bone with all of them. So now it's like when he dies, usually you're like, who had the motive to do this? And with JFK, it's the inverse. It's like who didn't have the motive, or like who had the biggest motive out of these like 50 options.
Was JFK gay?
There's conspiracy about that.
Yeah.
I heard that he also had a syphilitic brain, that like he might have been going crazy from untreated bouts of syphilis.
In in a secret society of good guys type way, if I were going to paint it in this kind of way with him, his father, is all the bootleggers were criminalized because they didn't want you to know that you could make your own gasoline in your garage. So they wanted to criminalize alcohol and make you add ethanol to it. And that was just like a Rockefeller plan because they wanted you to dirty up your engine too. And then you'd always have to you'd have to get your oil changed all this certain amount of time, and you'd need this much petrol for this. They didn't want you to just really know, like Doc, you could stick a banana peel inside and your car would run. So they demonize his father, and these bootleggers and old school mafioso people that maybe weren't necessarily bad, but they've been demonized by the media and everything else. They're like, we need our kids, the same way the bloodline of, like the Rothschilds run. We need our kids. We can't trust anyone else. We have to do it this way. And so you have plan A, and we'll raise my son and we'll do this. And I don't even think JFK was plan A. I think JFK is probably plan B, because he isn't even the brother. I think his older brother was actually a war hero, and he ends up dying weird. And then his sister, I don't know. Well, his sister schizophrenic too, and being an insane asylum. That's a whole
was like
other
Hunter
thing.
Biden in this case, right? And like the other brother was Bo.
Yeah, a little bit,
Like
but
tapped on the shoulder. It's your turn.
and a lot of people, if you really listen to RFK, his stuff's a lot better than JFK's even, and he had a little more bravado and like a little more I don't know. And so he raises his son, they do this thing, the mafia helps JFK, this Irish guy, which isn't liked at all, but these Irish come up and they're like back into America. The Italian mob helps the Irish get
And
voted
Catholic.
in.
Catholic
And
was a big
Catholic.
thing.
I know, but they keep, oh, first Catholic, first Catholic, first Catholic. So he finally gets voted in as this president. And all of a sudden, he has these couple of deals, but then all of a sudden, he doesn't care. He doesn't take any of the deals. He starts flaying heads. He starts telling people the media is corrupt. He starts telling people this. So I think, in a way of like a firing squad, so many people wanted him dead that, you know how like everybody in the firing squad doesn't have a real bullet, like we all, because they don't think everyone's going to point, and they even tell them, don't worry, all of you guys don't even have a real bullet, because they've had all these proofs that like they could have 12 people with a gun all point and then everyone will miss because they'll be like, we'll let Thomas take the shot and I'll aim for the roof. So they tell like certain firing squads that some of them have blanks, but I almost feel like, in a way of like compartmentalizing it, you have this gang go in the gutter, because I think he was shot from the gutter. I think he was shot like somebody took
There's
the
a storm
underground
drain
route.
one too that's compelling.
That's, I think, total storm drain. I think the death of Officer Tibbetts is like proof they needed the body double. It's so weird that he's killed around the same time. I think George Bush being in the area, Woody Harrelson's dad being in the area, they wanted him off. And then the JFK Jr. conspiracy, which I don't really think is bloodlines. I think it's more so just blood, that the only people we can trust is within ourselves. So they have all this Kennedy rape scandal. I think Ted actually had a good chance of running, and they almost killed Ted and instead killed his girlfriend. They inject him with alcohol or say that he does this thing, and then they're like, no one's going to believe you. It's the Dave Chappelle scenario where they're like, it doesn't matter. Everybody thinks you're a murderer. Like, he just shows up. He doesn't remember anything. He's soaking wet. You've drove off a bridge and killed your girlfriend that you were going to marry. I don't know. I just think the Kennedy, they could have been one of the, and I also know they're one of the 13 families, like where everyone always goes into like the evil 13 families of
Well, that's
America.
also a Fritz Springmeier invention, as far as I know.
What, the 13 families?
The 13 bloodlines of the Illuminati, that between him and a guy named John Todd and maybe Jack Chick in some way that popularized it.
Oh, that's so interesting. All these things at the same time. What year do you think that came out?
Well, John Todd wrote
Ish.
about some of that in the 70s and 80s, but then Fritz Springmeier's book came out in the early 90s, but I think it's something that he had been working on, and he went on 700 Club a few times and the Prophecy Club. I think it was just the Prophecy Club, and talked about it in the 80s, I think.
Yeah. You know what's interesting? I just saw a clip today of Kanye talking about there's God, then there's the Medici family, then there's the families, and then he starts lining up in order of the pyramid, I guess.
You're
And
talking
he
about like
said
the black nobility, essentially.
God, and then the Medici family. Medici family, and then everything roots down from the Medici family. Today I saw that clip. I was like, wow, just the Medici family. That's just a separate, like they're the top. They're on
Not the
top.
Khazarians, the
No.
Paciers.
Medici.
I've heard that a few times.
It's like, wow, okay. Who are the Medicis?
Well, they were the patrons of the arts, so if it weren't for them, we wouldn't have, or at least they get credited with being the ones that bankrolled like Michelangelo and all of the other, great artists. It was all from the Medicis, and specifically, I think Lorenzo Medici. But then they also have like great grandpappy Medici that was, I think his name might have been Aristotle too. I don't remember it. But they were supposed to have been the origin of this concept of patrons, like Patreon, right? Like that was the Medicis, is that you could just pursue your craft and do artwork and not have to worry about anything else because the Medicis would bankroll you. So kind of like I don't know, maybe like the Podestas. Maybe they were sort of like, you want to go and do this crazy artwork, we'll just bankroll it.
Like, I've learned this system called the Patience of the Medici, which is like it's a card folding thing, but it's the way to get, it's an algorithm. You can create an algorithm with cards, and it's like credited to it's John D, but he taught it to Maria de Medici, and she folded it several times. So it's named after her, though really like it's most famous for Bloody Mary. But
Card
it's
folding?
yeah, it's playing cards, but
Uh-huh.
it's high magic. It's a way to create a chain of events and you watch the chain unfold to create anything you want in reality. And when it
Yeah.
happens, it's weird as fuck. It really, really does work. And it's powerful. It was taught in Dreaming
Interesting.
from John Dee's library.
The cozy crone Andy, she says their name literally means of medicine and that they marry into the Tudors family. So then you have the Henry VIII, which later you have Elizabeth I, and then somewhere, it gets messy through here, and then before the Windsors come in and take this name and then take on this new lineage of this. But that's so interesting to me. Like,
What? And also, I think it's Catherine Medici is the one credited with doing like the Black Masses, and there was like another original Affair of Poisons, not the French version, but that she was one of the people that was really deep into the occult that gets referenced back to like, oh, the royalty has always been involved in this. She's like a direct example of that. A lot of the stories about her.
Maria was too, for sure. So
their crest is
Yeah,
interesting.
Catherine and Marie.
Are those
Blazon or 5 balls.
balls?
Yeah,
They kind of look like crescents in a sense,
Yeah, almost
like
maybe eyeballs.
a solar eclipse.
Why don't you look over here with your little eyeballs? Titles: Pope, Grand Duke, members.
Yeah, and if you saw in there
Conspiracies.
too, they get credited with creating the double bookkeeping, which is where they have like an extra record of what everyone's got, and this could potentially be another one of the original sources of like fractional reserve banking. 'Cause fractional reserve banking is a much more sophisticated version of this double bookkeeping method that they came up with.
Yeah, it's so interesting. That is that is definitely a whole rabbit hole I could go into so much more.
What do they know, man? What do they know? This Medici family, they know some shit, bro.
they know that this, like, because that's what, like, the Patience of Medici, what it teaches you is that, because it gives you a code, it teaches you that this is definitely a fucking simulation. They know that. They understand that there's coding.
Huh.
That's what they know.
Like, what do you mean by that?
Like, yeah, do they believe in heaven and hell, or like, do they believe that this is just, like you said, just a simulation and there's nothing? Or
Oh, I don't know about what they believe on it. I'm just saying, if you mess with the Patience of the Medici and you learn how to fold it and you watch a chain happen in life, it's not just like, it's not random, and you see how everything from a dog barking outside your window to a stoplight, or of some lady bitching out a kid, it's all related to whatever event you want to happen, and that all those events had to happen just as they happened, and you had to notice them though in order to get what you wanted. And when you see it happen, you feel the magic the whole entire time. And then the thing happens, the impossible thing happens, and you're like, what the actual fuck? And they tell you when you do it, you have to be careful because it will completely change your paradigm. And it did. Like, it freaked me out so bad. Like, it was awesome. Like, awesome freak out. But it was like, it will blow your mind to the point where it's a code. If I use the cards, each one represents an event. So that means it's a code, right? So if it's giving me a code to get what I want, and I enter the cheat code just like on a video game, what does that tell me about reality? It's completely hackable. It's a computer system of some sort. It is some sort of computer system. If I can use an algorithm, which is a program, math, and apply it and get something impossible to happen, then this isn't real.
so if I learn the code and I tap into it, I can change the timeline even for them and make me the Medici family if I wanted to.
Okay. What is the simulation theory conspiracy?
There we go.
I don't
I
know
feel
how
like,
to start
did
with
you
that.
just say it and then I just answered it like Jeopardy? Like you just said the whole thing kind of already. What would be like an elevator speech on the simulation theory?
We're inside a computer.
Yeah. This isn't
Okay.
real. You're not who you think you are. You're someone else.
And the grass is the motherboard. The like the green part of the like, you know.
Non-playable characters exist.
So that means we're light, frequency or laser, kind of light.
What's a
structure.
non-playable character? And also called an NPC. You hear this word thrown around, I feel like a bunch in the conspiracy realm. What is a non-player character or NPC?
The triple boosted. You know, that's NPC.
The people who are stuck on their loop, they have 5-story loops, and that's all, you know, the West world of it all. The
The
people
same-
who
The same people who say I hate the government, but say govern me harder, daddy. How many should I take? Yeah.
Thomas, do you think there's NPCs in the world?
I don't. I actually think it's a little dangerous because NPC is the next. It's such a close step of like a non-persona. Like if I actually think that you're truly an NPC, then it doesn't matter if you die. And I think that's a slippery slope in a way.
Ooh, that's a
it doesn't
way to
matter if you
put it.
die. Because I feel like, really, if this is a simulation, this is a school. We're here to learn something or to accomplish something, right? So, really, like, death is not an issue.
So wait a minute. Does that mean if you're saying what you're saying, there's a higher me somewhere playing my character?
Yes.
Like someone has remote control or probably in a
And-
pod?
The Bible could even back this up. Because if there's such thing as heaven and hell, that means that this realm is not real. This is not the place.
What is real?
There's
What is
no-
reality? What is it?
It's
What
a
the fuck
simulation.
is it?
It's a school.
I swear, I feel like a Sims character, bro. I feel like it sometimes. I have these moments. Like, I look at myself in the mirror and I'm like just staring and I'm like, what the fuck am I? Like, am I a robot? Am I a sentient, like, high form created being, homunculus version of a being or species? I don't fucking know, man. I don't know what we are. We are human, but what is that? What
And
is
they're like,
that?
Ma'am, we're closing in 15 minutes.
You're in a changing room.
Bruh, for real.
She's there like staring at her hand.
Yeah, I do. And then I think in my head, I'm like, we sleep, we eat, we shit, we fuck, we die, we're born, we live. What? What? God, what is it? What is it? Is it a simulation? I don't know. It drives me mad. Every day, every single day, I have this question.
Ma'am, are you going to place your order or not? Can you just pull ahead to the second window, please?
Do I belong in a straitjacket, guys? I don't know anymore. I know I'm crazy.
Layla, in your conspiracy 101, or it might have been Gordy. I don't remember what one of you said it. What is blue beam? I don't think there is an official. Is there an official version of blue beam?
Yeah, like where
What's
they
the
can
official?
projecting a scenario in the sky, like a huge event. Project Blue Beam.
Holographic.
Yeah,
right?
a holographic huge event. And I have one in mind that I think is going to happen and that they're going to use our God against us. But I don't know if we should talk about that right now or should we talk about...
We hear it all the time, Project Blue Beam. A lot of people think it's UFOs, like a phony alien attack. But you have your theory, Layla. What do you think is going to happen with Blue Beam?
Okay, so what's the best way to take over a worldwide population when everyone on this earth, well, not everyone, but billions of people on this earth believe in a God, right? So in two of the major religions, Muslims and Christians, they believe that Christ is going to return. Okay, they believe that an antichrist will come in and shit will pop off. Jews believe in their own Messiah, but what the Muslims believe that this Messiah is actually going to be the Antichrist. So my whole thing is what I foresee happening is in Israel, why they have the heifers ready for the new temple to be built. But once that temple is built, which is going to happen, they are going to use Project Bluebeam to, I guess, promote or introduce what the Antichrist is, what I see. And in scripture, it talks about Jesus coming down and taking out the Antichrist. So I see that as the biggest tool, because it also says in scripture that everyone will submit when they see this phenomena happen. So I see that they're going to use God as a tool against people, and that they're going to use this type of technology that we don't even know exists yet. Yeah, we know we have Bluebeam and they have this technology that we see out there, and it's kind of like computerized, but the technology that they have and they don't want us to know about is going to be so realistic you won't even be able to tell the difference if it's real or not. That's why the chemtrails are up there. That's why I believe it's part of the whole Project Bluebeam, but that's another conspiracy that we can get into. But that's what I foresee happening. When you see Christ taking out the fucking Antichrist, bro. Come on, who runs the world? Who runs the world?
Girl.
I just
Kanye
like
talks
how you
about
said
it all the time.
when you
That's all I'm saying. Who runs the world? Kanye knows.
um, I won't ask Gordy in the middle of a chew. Abby, what do you think about Bluebeam?
It rhymes with chew.
Who runs the world? Gordy chews.
I don't know. My whole blue beam of it all got messed up with the back into the Maui, and the blue, everything blue is not getting destroyed. So is it the hologram or like in the Great Deception where they're gonna, do some UFO shit because they have been laying the groundwork for the UFO stuff.
Yeah.
I don't really watch the news, but my husband will turn it on in the morning and I'm sitting there doing my cardio and I get pissed because I don't want to hear it, but I'll still see the little banner across the bottom. And I remember it saying like, the Pentagon is disclosing that aliens do exist. And I'm like, okay, what the fuck ever? Like,
Now?
yeah. So they're setting up the narrative or whatever. But then, is it really just that with the directed energy weapons, blue is the color that's like safe. So it's the blue beam doesn't hurt blue.
So here's a question then, Abby. Do you believe that aliens are real or not? That's part of this whole conspiracy. If Project Bluebeam may be used for that scenario, do you think maybe aliens are real, or maybe it's just a government
Extraterrestrial, like as far as like maybe from different territories that we don't know about, but I don't believe space as we know it is real. So yeah.
is real? Let me stop. Shame on you, later.
Outer space
Layla and the
NASA of
Rubik's
it all.
Cube is the whole vibe.
It's the vibe. I like it.
It's the whole vibe today. I'm
such a
feeling
nerd.
it. It's awesome. It's a Revenge of the Nerds theme. I'm feeling it. Yeah, aliens are a conspiracy.
Yeah. Well,
Now, there's a difference
ahead.
between conspiracy and like mystery. Like, because we're clearly seeing something up there, right?
is it
That
government?
doesn't necessarily mean it's aliens, right? I mean, we have to separate our actual experience from what we're being programmed of, because I mean, since the 1950s, aliens have been part of the lexicon, like normal, jokingly even. But this was my first memory, man. Like I was like 2, when the I remember I was almost 2. I figured it out because it was 1972 and it was the last moon landing, and my dad set me in front of the TV and was like, "Remember this. This is important." I didn't know what I was looking at, but it was like the black and white, and you've seen it before. But I remember that specifically. So like my family, my dad was a science teacher. So like NASA was like big. Like that was like goals, right? Because if you could be working for NASA or an aerospace, because aerospace is huge out here. Like you'd be set, right? So like that's that trajectory, like that where, I mean, my mind went, I want to see if there's fucking UFOs. So I want to get into aerospace.
Do you think that, okay, not all of it, but like these orb-like things, could they be government technology that they don't want us to know about,
Oh yeah,
so
for
they
sure.
could
A
portray it?
torsion engine, a plasma engine
Yeah.
is a ball.
Yeah.
Will create a ball of energy around it.
Okay.
So, I mean, we've seen regularly out here. A friend of mine and I, shout out to Eric, by the way. Hey, buddy, I hope you're watching.
Yo, Eric.
Eric in the house.
What up? What up?
Hey, he texted me, and I'm looking out in my backyard, right? And he's like, "Hey, dude, look up in the Rincons, because we kind of share a valley. He's in Tucson, and he shares one. He's got one view of the valley, and I'm on the other end, right? So we're both looking out about the same time in twilight and see these orange orbs going up through the Rincon Valley, and it was weird. So how do you separate that from like? But this is not. Like seeing weird shit in the sky is not new for me, but it's new for a lot of people, I guess. Like
Definitely not for me either. But then I wonder also, are these star-like things that I've seen also? Are they?
Oh yeah,
like
yeah.
these-
No,
Are
that's.
they
I have seen
angels?
some.
Are they some kind of angelic
also-
entities or beings?
The star-like things are you talking about the ones that can like pierce through matter, or like
Well,
a spirit, or in the sky, like a
in the sky, like when you
satellite,
see
like
for
looks like a
me,
star.
for me, what I've seen are like stars that'll appear and like disappear in a flash. Like have you ever
Yeah,
seen
see,
or look in the
there's
sky
other
and
stuff
then
in the
you
sky.
catch like a like almost like someone's taking a fucking picture of you from the sky. That's what
Yeah,
I
it could
catch
be.
sometimes. It's so strange. And I wonder, are they angelic beings? And the way the theory is of like what it could be, people call them luminaries. They're not even like planets. They're like bodies of light or portals. So, in my understanding, in what we live is what I want to know what we live in. So, from my understanding on what is on top of us, could they be the principalities that watch over us, the watchers? Are these all beings? I consider them beings doing their purpose in that sense, but then they have people who really go along with the science of it all and the imagery that we are seeing through, telescopes and whatnot, and people believing that they're actual stars. So could they be
it could be
entities?
or it could be a satellite taking a picture of you at that
Really?
that moment. That could be a government issued, or secret space program thing that's up there that is monitoring you. Like these are the different things. Like you're experiencing one thing, and we're both seeing it from a very different definitions. This is one of the
I'm thinking
problems
of it at like
with
ancients.
conspiracy.
They believed that there were entities with names because they all have names. You know what I mean?
But what I'm saying is everything can have two different meanings and still possibly be true.
Yeah, that's very
Like
true.
sometimes, a lot of the times in these conspiracies that we talk about, like the events that actually happen are actually happening, and people want to like invoke dark forces on them, and really it's just shitty people's behavior sometimes,
Yeah.
you know, and shit happens, like things happen, and our paranoid brain, because we've been fucked over before, so in our paranoia it's really easy to like make something like fit sometimes when you want to, like when you've like bought into some sort of dogma, like the earth is definitely flat and it's never going to be anything else, or the earth is definitely round, it's never going to be anything else,
Hmm.
or it's everything, you know, or the earth has an iron core, you know, like we need to examine every single thing on its own merit,
Yeah.
by our own experience of whatever that thing is.
So the ancients believed that, and all the ancients believed that we lived inside something. Like in ancient Egypt, they depicted what was that goddess of the sky? Anut, I believe. I forgot her
Yeah.
name.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was the goddess of the sky that held the stars in place and everything within it as a barrier. So that's one aspect. In Islam, they talk about the seven heavens and the seven layers, and each layer houses a planet. So it's like a portal or a mansion for that realm. Um, Also in Vedic astrology, they talk about the same aspect of it being multi-dimensional layers, not necessarily flat planes. They could be round, whatever. Because in Nordic, they thought it was a tree and different balls of realms. There's so many ways it can go, but the stars play a purpose, and we are connected to them energetically. So my question is, are they stars? Are they beings? Are they connected to us in a way, um, through our meridians? I don't know. I used to believe, hey, like, I'm not going to say I'm accurate or right, but I used to believe what NASA taught us. I used to believe in it, but I always questioned it because it never made sense. So now I'm at the point where, did the ancients know something and now they're like shoving that shit away and they don't want us to know the truth? So that's why I kind of lean more towards I guess, the roots of it, because I feel like they were more accurate in a sense.
What
'Cause
about this?
huh,
A rewind. Why don't you trust NASA?
it's just the rabbit holes that I've
And
been
hold on.
through.
Here.
Yeah.
What is Operation Paperclip?
Okay.
I'm gonna let Thomas explain this. I just
I
feel
don't
like
know
he'll have a
Operation
very
Paperclip, so I'll let him do
cohesive,
that.
perfect answer.
Well, Paperclip was just when the Nazis fell, we didn't want to lose all of their scientists to Russia, so we offered them a better deal. We said they could come here, clean slate, you get funding, you got a job, you can bring your family, you can move into a nice neighborhood. It's essentially what Paperclip was. It was like, please don't work against us, come work with us and for us. And they did that with, some estimates go over 1,000 Nazi scientists.
Hmm.
So that's Paperclip.
Why I don't believe NASA? Um, because there's a man. He's called the Blue Marble Man. First off, you can find him on the NASA website, and he talks about how all of his images are created and they're all art and they're all composites and none of them are real. To this day, you cannot find one original photo of the Earth or anything on NASA that is original because it's all, and I say it 3 times, all CGI. So when I find or see something that is untouched at all, then I might believe it. But I think the only way that I will believe it is if I get to see it myself, and I don't think I'll ever have that opportunity, or maybe not. Who knows? Maybe we'll create a rocket together, y'all. in the chat. Maybe we could do something.
Maybe we'll see that the hexagon on what's it called on Saturn is real. So fucking bullshit. Like that's the most ridiculous shit I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Saturn is real. That is so funny.
Really? I love that shit. I still
Isn't
love it.
every photo you take with your phone CGI though? Because all that's
Yeah,
going
exactly.
through
It's
like a
digital
digital
imaging.
right?
Yeah. Even the
It's all
moon, the
going through
beautiful moon
filters, too.
pictures.
But then
on
couldn't
his
you say the
stamps
same thing
and
about
filters.
analog, like Polaroids or old daguerreotypes? Like all that is just chemicals reacting. So is anything proof?
Real?
Like is any photo
It's
ever going to
all
be proof?
energy, man.
Even our eyes lie to us too with perception.
Right. Well, this is the best example. I won't get into the depths of like if you get hit really hard in the back of the head. I don't know if anyone's ever been punched really hard in the head before, but you'll see like a flash of white light almost, like a flash of something like a bright color. But what you're really
True.
seeing is just the vibration of all your optic nerves just smashing up against something. Because if something just makes your optic nerve jiggle a little bit, that's essentially sight. So now, if somebody can just make your optic nerve shake a little bit, they can make you see something. So therefore, you can't really trust anything that you've ever seen and not think that, well, maybe something just vibrated my optic nerve. How do I know I'm actually seeing this?
So realize doesn't realize.
Yeah.
In a space thing, do you guys believe in the pyramids on Mars? Or the face on Mars? Or do you think it's just a pareidolia for those of you that believe in those images?
It's cool. If it were real, that's pretty freaking cool.
I think that's a
I don't
cool
believe
idea.
in the face. I don't
Yeah.
know about the pyramids, but I don't believe in the face.
It's just a pareidolia, like shadows and light.
Yeah, and like
tricks.
the mountains where like the what is it, like the Grand Canyon is like some dude's
Richard
ass
C.
crack
Dolan was
or
a little creepy, though. There was some sketchy shit with that dude that promoted the do you know that guy, Richard C. Dolan?
Mm-mm.
Thomas? He's a face on Mars guy.
Are
Okay.
those images at
All the
CGI?
UFO dudes, all the old timer UFO dudes, like all like, I don't know. I always felt like there was like a, sorry, I'm chewing. It probably sounds horrible.
I ate an apple in a question. We're fine. I'd rather your chewing be clear than your speaking be rubber bandy.
Right. At least that's good. Or wind.
Yeah.
Um,
That'll make
Yeah.
Summer zap our stream, and we don't want that.
yes, please, Summer. Happy birthday, by the way.
Happy late birthday,
Um,
birthday.
Summer Gale.
Oh yeah,
That's
I
not
don't
her
know.
middle name.
I like it.
I used to like follow a lot of the UFO stuff too, like just out of like even when I was a kid, because I remember seeing weird stuff in the sky, and my stepdad had seen some UFOs in Montana.
So let's say I'm the Medici family, right? Okay. And I have trillions of dollars at hand. And I want to control the fucking world, right? With my play, with my story and how I want it, how I want everyone to think, right? I can easily go up to any scientist with a fucking white coat and say, hey, I will give you secretly, nobody's going to know, I'll give you a fucking $1 billion. Come up with the best shit that you can come up with to make it so believable, and give me a stack, maybe a 20,000 page document explaining what gravity is, because I know nobody's going to fucking sit there and read a 20, 40, 50,000 page document explaining a phenomena. So it's like, isn't that easy to do when you got a lot of money and you control the world, like Pinky and the Brain?
In
World
real life,
domination?
I was at space camp, and I was a little nerd as a kid at space camp, and there we were all like getting we had to kind of do different things every day as far as what parts we learned, but overall for the whole week you were learning one role for ground operation and one role for sky. So depending on what role you got picked was what machine you got to partake in and train on. So I could not do the gyroscope. Like, I didn't even want to. I didn't want to get in it. I knew I was motion sick. Like, nothing about it was interesting. So piloting the ship was not going to be my thing, like being the pilot. But so like we were going through all these things. I actually got to drive the moon car and train on that, which was like really a forklift mixed with a golf cart. With like chain around wheels with no tread. It was weird and driving around grass, but it was fun and fast. But the other thing is, I remember we were all standing in line, and a couple of the kids were like, "Do we get to go in the anti-gravity room?" And these MFers, like all these, whoever the head of space camp were, started to tell us like, "Oh, well, actually, you have to be trained to a certain level to go onto the blah blah blah." But I was such a nerd that I'm like, "There's no such thing." And I'm like, they do it up in space where they make a plane free fall or they go underwater. Like, I had to stop them in their tracks. And they were like, well, and I said, there's no such thing. Like, my little kid self was not going to let them Santa Claus that. Like, even though I still believed in this whole thing about space. So, in what level, if they'd lie on that? And I feel like for a period of time, adults thought there was an anti-gravity chamber on the ground.
Yeah.
So I just am like, at what point is it like real? Like, when does it become the real stuff?
I swear I saw something the other day where they were like, "Oh, we did this in zero gravity." I'm like, "Where the fuck did they do that in zero gravity?"
Yeah.
Like, I just saw something like 2 days ago.
Zero gravity only happens when a plane starts to free fall and you have that moment of like zero G where you kind of like in that space for like a couple seconds, but that goes away within
on
a
a
couple.
what's it
Yeah,
called?
It's at
on
the
a roller
arc, the
coaster.
top of the arc.
Yes, I love that feeling.
Uh-huh.
I like picking my feet up and my
Some
hands.
people think gravity is a whole conspiracy. So we're
Well,
in
Oh,
zero gravity now.
yeah, so
exactly. Gravity's bullshit because it's
gravity.
density.
Yeah, gravity comes actually from the word gravitas, which actually means mass. So basic physics will tell you that gases cannot exist without having a solid barrier. So the whole idea of having like these magic atmospheres that can hold us from the pressure of the vacuum of space just boggles my mind. Like it makes no sense to me.
Layla, did you play the board game Boggle ever?
Yeah. Yeah.
I liked that sound as a kid of that, like, like, you know what I'm talking about? Where you pressed
Oh.
it and the dice rolled.
It's a very distinctive sound.
It's such a, yeah. I
Sorry,
want that.
too,
I,
right?
Hollow
Sorry had it.
plasticky.
yeah, I need that sound in a drop. Like, that's how I want when new people are going to come in the room. I want that sound, whatever that is. Abby, what is a conspiracy on your list of conspiracy 101 since you're hot for teacher tonight?
Mhm.
Really, like, we kind of just went into the whole moon landing. So, like, the NASA of it all, that was because that really was a big one for me. Like, I really believed that we went to the moon until remember that show Conspiracy Theory? Did you guys ever watch that?
With Jesse Ventura?
Yeah, it was good. Like,
Oh yeah.
this episode on the moon landing specifically, like, that blew my mind because that's something that we are so taught, in school, and it's like you don't question it. And then
When I first heard it, I was like, yo, these people are fucking crazy. What the fuck?
right,
Are you kidding me? Yo, these people are psycho.
but then
Look,
you actually
the
just
seed
sort of
was
listen to
planted.
them, yeah, and then you're like,
And I was like, you know what? Let me just.
So you guys don't believe we went to the moon?
No.
not at all, absolutely not. There's no way, not in that little piece of tinfoil. Are you kidding me?
And Gordy and Thomas think we went to the moon?
I think maybe.
Yeah, I think people have gone to the moon. I don't think that footage that they showed us is.
What about the Van Allen belts then? How did they pass that? The high radiation belts with their non-radiation protecting gear.
Difficult to say what that radiation is.
They tell you.
Well,
It'll kill you. It'll fry you.
they
Okay.
also said that levels in the ocean would kill you, and we figured out ways through that.
Yeah, but they don't have the technology to go back to the moon, though.
Yeah. No, they
Well,
just
the radiation
that's
belt, like
excuses
there's
for
no way to
funding.
get past it now. That doesn't make zero sense
It's
to
just
me. I've
playing
heard
it.
science
It's just
teachers talk
playing.
about it.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
So, and then if you look at any of the moon landing stuff and you show a little kid, they all are like, "Are you stupid? That's not real."
We live
Like
in a
little
time machine.
my kids look at that and they like without any influence and say it's the most ridiculous shit they've ever seen, and they're right. You know, why does it take a little kid to point that out to us? And
We
then
live, yeah, we live
I
in a weird time machine. I believe, like astrological time machine. It's a computer, basically.
yeah.
that is too far away from where we're at right now.
I know.
Okay, we Marsed and we've NASA'd and we've the
Simulation.
mooned. What about flat Earth?
Love flat Earth.
I like flat Earth, but
Who
was a
wants to
good-
say the official theory of flat Earth? Abby, Thomas.
I don't actually know this one. This one's is mind blowing to me still.
See,
Oh,
that's
it's
what
so
drives me
good.
crazy about it is because they don't have any definition, and like every flat earther I know isn't really exactly a flat earther.
I was
And
for
so
a
now,
period.
why do they even use the term? So I mean,
In the way of like if we were in a debate class, Abby, what is the official flat Earth definition ish?
Okay, so the flat Earth theory is that, you know, if you take the map and you put the North Pole at the center, like if you take the globe and you flatten it out, the North Pole would be the very center of the map. And Antarctica is not a land mass or ice mass, it's an ice wall. It goes all around the outside. So, and this is like all tied into the Tartaria theory of where all these buildings, these red brick buildings that are all over the world, or these star forts and stuff, they've all been here for way longer than what they're saying. That they pre-existed, that there was mud floods or something similar, that the giant trees, you know, that this world used to be bigger, that it used to be not carbon based, it was silicon based.
So to add to that, the center is where the black sun is, and it projects the aurora borealis, which also projects the solar opposite, the sun and the moon, in a light form.
Wait, that is other whole millions conspiracies.
Well,
So just the
it's
flat
tied to
Earth.
it.
But well, yeah, it's tied to it off skirts, but just to stay in just like the flat Earth. And then I will be like, Layla, what do you think about this? But just in the official flat Earth, like how you first heard it, where did you hear it from?
This one happened to me almost 16 years ago.
This guy, he did this awesome series, and I suggested it to anyone because like I didn't want to listen to it because it said flat Earth in the title, but it was his name is, I want to say it's ENR or like no, I forgot. I think let me look at the flat Earth.
Was it Eric Dubé?
No, it's this Scottish guy, and he does like this 6-hour video, and he goes into the buildings and he goes into the cities, the pictures of every city. He starts with like the Tartaria. So he goes and he shows you every city across the world, the images that we have photographs of for the past 200 years since the 1860s. And he says, where are all the people? This is like, you can tell by the shadows that this is like X time, you know, during the day. And where are the people? Why are there no people in any of these cities that they have actual photographs of? And it triggers you pretty bad to see it because it's cities all across the world. It's Moscow, it's Edinburgh, it's London, it's Paris, and there's no people in these giant cities with thousands of beautiful buildings that we don't even have buildings like this anymore.
Yeah.
So he starts there, and so he starts you questioning. And then Iwaranon is what it is. Yeah. And then he goes into the whole like what happened to the earth, and he shows you the images of the giant trees that are cut down that, you know, that we call plateaus or whatever, and you can tell that they're trees, and you start to see that this earth has been raped pretty much. And it's so profound. It's emotional the way he does it. It's really good cinematography and very great presentation. But then he kind of gets into the whole every United Nations flag and maritime law flag, all of them, they're all showing you the flat earth map.
And
And-
most flat earthers, I should say too, don't back the flat earth society at all.
Yeah.
Like they think that's all a psyop on their shtick. They think like that's there as a filter to get people, like it's always been around to get people to kind of fall off the like and get into the globe earth.
The Lost History of the Flat Earth is the name of the first video, and it's pretty amazing. And it kind of goes into the procession of the equinoxes. He'll explain how none of it adds up, and it's worth watching.
Thomas, what do you think about the flat earth? It sounds nutty to you.
Yeah, I'm so far away from all of that. It sounds my go-to question, which no one ever feels like answering or has an answer. Let's assume that someone punches through the ice wall, right? Let's say that like the facade's over and NASA's defense grid and the ice wall, someone is able to punch through and we can get out there. Is everyone outside the ice wall in on it? Are they all like keeping us like in this like little area, like because if there's all these other groups and extraterrestrials and stuff, and no, that also means that we can't get out. Does that mean they can't get in? So is someone also enforcing some like crazy
Antarctic
Illuminati
Treaty.
rule?
Well, this
And
is where it
let's-
splits off.
The Antarctic Treaty.
Because
That's
they
what that
couldn't-
is.
Yeah,
But that's
it
but that's
could either be
within our world. But are we saying that like these worlds beyond are also agreeing never to pass through this ice wall?
But
And
not
that
all of them
seems
agree that there is other worlds. So like there's one theory where that's just the edge of the world, right? Because it's flat. And the Bible says it's flat. Okay, so you could either go with that, where the ice wall is the edge of the world on a flat earth, or there's more where they have the extra terrain theory where there is extra lands and that this is a much bigger place.
so either way, if we start with the extra terrain, is it infinite land? Because I've heard that phrase literally stated out loud, infinite land.
Yes.
So is there infinite land?
Have you seen you ever seen what's it called? The Giver, where they have these posts and it's just like a domed out area, or
Mhm.
like it's kind of like that concept. Each like part or section has its like own
Okay, Layla,
dome.
I want you. What do you say your whole thing? I
Okay.
feel like say from the black sun to the
Yeah.
extra terrain.
Yeah.
Layla, what is the shape of this world?
They like go.
Start
So-
from the beginning.
I feel like it can, in my head, it could be like an infinite plane, but many layers of infinite planes. And we're on this like plane that can just go on forever. But I don't know that. This is just an idea that I have in my head. So we have ours. We are the center of it all. And in the center, we have the black sun, has Aurora Borealis. And in the center is where that tree was, and which is now a mountain, and I forgot the name of the mountain, but it was a tree that was cut down that connected you to the other layers, which is Cheney, the whole idea of Jack and the Beanstalk and the giants and the Nephilim.
What is
coming-
it? New Negro, Rupa Negro?
Yes. Okay. So we're in a domed out area for our section, but there's exits that you can go, and I think these people know. And then as you go outwards, I feel it could either be water or it could either be just snowy terrain. I don't know what is beyond that point, but they're saying that it's just snow, just snowy patches of ice. And then when you walk further out, there's extra lands that they call either Mars, which is connected to the reflection of the moon. The moon, they say, is a reflection of our entire, I guess, realm. So when they compare it to our map into the moon, you change what's it called? The gradient or the saturation of the photo. It kind of does look like a reflection of part of our realm. So I don't know. Mars could be part of the extraterrestrial mass that could be out there, but closed off like us. And there could be other civilizations there. I don't know what they could be. They could be human. Maybe we're all test subjects. I don't know. But it's just a fun thing to play with.
And the whole flight patterns of it all, that was
Yeah.
like, it's so weird. Like, it doesn't make sense the way that flight patterns go from like Hawaii and then like somebody's giving birth mid-flight. So instead of where on around Earth, like landing in LA would make the most sense, they are going to go ahead and divert all the way up to Alaska. But it makes sense on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
So if you look at the flight patterns, it really is kind of like it doesn't add up, and this happens all the time.
You know, even philosophies can be added into cultures as conspiracies, right? Like this has happened before, like in the 20s, like the they would like little cults built up, right? And this is how you control people. You throw bullshit into the narrative, right? And they've learned this. This is what they learned from Paperclip, is because they were creating the false narratives in the media. And they could basically pretty much make people believe anything they wanted to, right? So you have this culture, this insular culture that you kind of want to crush, right? Anyway, conspiracy
Who
theorists,
wants to
people
crush?
who, hang on, I'm just talking theory, right?
Mhm.
So say there's this little paranoid little insular community that you
Who,
could
though?
add something like something silly like flat Earth, something just completely ridiculous, and write a whole philosophy around flat Earth and make it believable.
You know what blows my mind though?
And add it into the culture, and it just blows up. Because do we know where the last iteration of flat Earth came from? Because this is a cyclical thing in culture. The whole these debates about
Courtney, I have a question.
the shape of the Earth. Hang on.
Yeah.
I trust my intuition and my experience.
Do you trust your intuition or your programming? Because NASA is a whole program and is government funded and ran. So do you really trust these people who run that? That's my question to you. Because you say it's like a social thing and people are paranoid. Is it paranoia to believe the government?
I'm telling you what they believe about the conspiracy culture. This is not.
Yeah.
I'm telling you how they see us. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So I'm saying that it would be very easy to add something very divisive like this into a culture so people fight over something that really doesn't kind of matter and never really has much to their life, really. Does it really matter?
Yes, it does.
That we've been lied to?
Absolutely it does. I want to know
what we
live on. And
every single day we've been lied to.
Why is it paranoia if you want to know what you live on? That's not paranoia. That's wanting to seek truth. And this is the major question that big philosophers had. And they didn't go with the narrative and what society believed and governments or kings or queens. They went against it and were shunned for their beliefs. Exactly what flat earthers go through. I'm not saying that flat earthers are right. I never really backed that community, but the possibility that the mainstream idea of scientism could be wrong is very huge because they have the money and the power to make the masses believe that. Just as the same as the flat earth theory. So it's not like paranoia.
So we can question everything.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to speak up here just because I am a teacher. Okay. And one of the things that I had to teach as part of the state standards is primary and secondary sources.
You know what's not flat though?
My boobs. Or her
Yeah,
ass.
I'm just saying.
I love my ass. I work hard for that ass.
Okay, go on, Abby.
Thank you. Thank you for plugging my ass. That sounds so wrong. Thank you for plugging.
It's like a free ass that we can talk about in my household, and there's no weird energy.
Stevie.
But primary and secondary sources. So, like, and this is what gets me is that we talk about how important it is, and we emphasize this to children that you should always use a primary source. A secondary source is not good information. It's always biased, and it's written by whoever, it's biased. So, but what do we teach children out of? Primarily secondary sources, because every textbook is a secondary source, including the story of our friend Christopher Columbus, who supposedly like figured out that the world was round because he did a trip around, across the Atlantic Ocean.
Sailed the ocean blue at
So because
1492.
we all know that happened, we all know that Christopher Columbus did that. We all know that the Earth is round, right? So, but that's the point, is that it doesn't matter. But the thing is that we get into these hot debates and stuff because we all know, because we're programmed. We don't all know because we have seen it or talked to somebody who is a primary source. We know because of secondary sources. So really none of y'all know shit. Not one of us.
Yeah.
And that's my point with it, is that the point is I want to be deprogrammed. I don't want to know what I'm programmed to think or believe. And I don't want to believe something because I was told by a secondary source that that's what I should believe. First-hand source is always superior.
Real question: would you lick a boot?
No, not like just because.
I wouldn't, just because, depending on the circumstance, I might lick a boot, but not if it was shined in shit and not shinola.
Spinola.
Are we talking top or bottom of the boot?
I was thinking the same thing,
Oh.
to be honest.
I don't know. It depends how
changes
much
it.
money is involved, I guess.
I mean, I've
Not the
spit shined
bottom
my
of the
own boots before. I mean, we're just
Have
talking
I?
about a 2 inches worth of difference between licking and spitting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of difference though. It's like that. It's like that. It's the everything. Because think of how you'll just spit on your enemy, but then imagine licking them. But that might get you out of a lot of fights.
Hair of the
I
I feel
dog.
like there's been a
Yeah,
UFC
Maybe there's
standoff.
something to that. Maybe you should lick your enemies.
I think that's a
The
really.
hair of the dog that bit me.
That is such a weird feeling. Oh God, just someone randomly licking
Have you ever
you.
licked an eyeball?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever had your eyeball licked?
Yeah, I have too.
Yeah, me
No.
too. That would be that never have I ever
Like purposely
know.
licked?
freak show.
Like on purpose, like just going in for the eye?
Yeah. Just being like,
You just point your tongue and you lick their eyeball. You kinda
Oh,
gotta
how did it
lick that.
taste?
you're just laying it
Is it
salty.
salty?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Just laying in bed for so
Like
many
tears?
hours. Like, I'm gonna lick here
Let's
and
try
lick there
this.
and lick here. Let me lick your eyeball.
And when somebody licks your eyeball, it's just wet, and your eyeball's already wet, so it's just kind of weird. Like
It's not
like-
eyeballs that are like testicles. It's eyelid skin is
Yeah.
like ball skin.
Mm.
It's not eyeballs, but maybe the eyeballs inside do probably feel like, or testicles kind of feel like eyeballs. That's what I imagine eyeballs to feel like.
Yeah. Kinda-ish, right?
Yeah, I don't know,
I think
guys.
they're
What do you think?
squishier. They're squishier.
Testicles or eyeballs?
Eyeballs.
Eyeballs
Eyeballs
are
Yeah,
are
I
pretty
think so.
squishy. You could get them out with it. People have taken them out with their own.
They're kinda
hands,
hard, no?
supposedly.
Wait,
And
the
it feels
balls
good
are
to
squishy.
compress. It feels good to compress your eyeballs, and I'm not sure if the same applies.
To some
Yeah,
dudes.
no, it does not.
Some
Feel
dudes
good.
want their heel stomped that. And I think that is the weirdest thing, guys that are into like ball torture. There's a name for it though, but
Yeah.
that seems to
Oh.
be another prevalent thing too, that of people that I chat with, that there seems to be, and no judgment here on Secret Society of Good Guys for Grown-ups, but ball torture, I don't have balls, but it's just like, oh, I would never. And if my son was doing that, I'd be like, what are you doing? And if I was like straight and like My dude was like, "You want ball torture?" I was like, "Anything else that I can give you besides ball torture?"
This got way away from
My friend
conspiracy.
has
Not a
Sorry.
fan.
OnlyFans
I'm gonna
asked
give
me
Not a
ball
yeah, I'm
torture
definitely
a
not a
thumbs
fan.
down here.
Not a fan.
Not a fan. All right, the
Mhm.
Secret Society of Good Guys give ball torture a thumbs down.
This is on my phone, so I do the whole.
I second the motion.
Okay, I'll get the train
have
back
to-
on the rails. What are your guys' thoughts on the Titanic?
Oh, got lots of thoughts on the Titanic.
So
It
the
was
official story
definitely
of the
built to-
Titanic is that it was a boat that sailed from somewhere to America, England to America. I don't know. Kate Winslet and Leonardo DiCaprio were on it, and it sailed over and it hit an iceberg, and then it sank. And there wasn't enough lifeboats, so only a certain amount of people could get rescued, and everybody else either sank in the boat that split in half or froze to death in the waters. And there's only a couple people that survived, one of which being Kathy Bates, thank goodness for Misery. And that's the official story of the Titanic.
Wasn't
I
there
like
a
the Kathy
survivor
Bates part. That's it. That's good.
who went on live on camera and she was like, the Titanic didn't sink. Like, she was shocked. She was a survivor, but she was shocked to find out that the Titanic sank. And she said, no, it didn't. No, it didn't. But the lady was convincing her that it did. Did you all see that video of that old
No.
lady?
Interesting,
Yeah, there's a whole, I forgot
Yeah.
her name, but I'll post it on my page when I find it again. But she's like, no, the Titanic didn't sink. What are you talking about? She's like, yeah, it did. She's like, are you sure? Yeah, it sank. She's like, oh my god, wow, how did I not know that?
Can we
So
deviate for a second since
Yeah.
you brought up your page, and let's talk about what happened to your page?
Oh
yeah, we can talk about it now.
Oh yeah, I just got recently like banned or shadow banned. It's under review for a video that I shared. It was in Ukraine. This guy had grenades in this room with a bunch of people in it and just let them out. And some people died, some people didn't, but it was a terrorist attack. And I guess they flagged me because I reshared the video, and that's a sign of me supporting terrorism. So that's why they removed the video. Like, yeah, but I don't support terrorism.
Agreed. The Olympics thing.
Yeah.
There's no conspiracy. Shadow ban's a word that comes up a lot of the times in the conspiracy realm. Probably everybody in this room has felt the effects of that somewhere. They've lost accounts or lost content or been violated or bannered or PolitiFact checked or some form of that. So it is not a conspiracy to be shadow banned on social media.
Yeah, Michael Rappaport is proof of that because he all of a sudden said he's a Trump supporter. And now when you try and follow him, they'll say, hey, be careful following him because he likes to talk false information all of a sudden.
Anytime I try to tag Cheney in any post, it's always like, are you sure you want to associate with this account that has spread misinformation on multiple times?
Yep.
And it's like, it kind of insinuating like you're gonna spend a little bit of your social credit earnings if you want to really associate with this person.
I do tell every single person in my realm, no hard feelings, tag at Project Cheney because I'm a goody goody over there. If you tag Cheney in Wonderland, I feel like somewhere I'll hurt you. And I tell all my friends, don't do it. It's no hard feelings. Even if you're posting about me or anything, I'll find it. I'll watch it. I'll do something or just tag that one and I'll see it. Or you can just use the hashtag Church of Hollywood and then I'll totally fall across it. But I don't want people to lose their actual hard-earned stuff by tagging Cheney _ Wonderland and things. So I tell a lot of my friends and peeps that, but it's worth it if you make it past all of the OA
First, it was Trump supporters. Now it's anyone who is considered a Hamas supporter. Now they know what it feels like to. So anyone who goes against the people that are in control
Um,
will get banned.
well, I feel like my first account that I lost was because I posted something about I was like, should I say this? But I'm thinking I could say it. Hydroxychloroquine. See how I was traumatized that they almost had me like, well, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe let me make up some code for this word because I felt like it was the hottest. Anytime I put it anywhere, anytime I made like some clever meme to hide it, like the computer found it and then just slowly cut me off of
I think we found our next song.
I
There you
think
go.
hydroxychloroquine.
Hydroxychloroquine.
You better put ivermectin in it, that one too. That would like make it round.
I know those are conspiracies,
Oh
the
my God.
ivermectin and
Trump said to ingest bleach, and people believe that. Oh my God.
well, those were all conspiracies of it. And those are all the things that probably if you didn't stick yourself with any kind of, I think there's a conspiracy behind vaccines in general, way before this. And like the Tuskegee air experiments and the polio vaccine and all the ones that they kind of always go to as, well, aren't you glad the measles and the mumps and the chicken pox and the this, aren't you glad all those things are vaccinated? Because look at, we cured those things. And it's like, no, you created those things and then you stopped doing that thing. So, yeah, I think
It's
there's,
black magic, bro. And
I
our
don't think
culture,
anyone should vaccinate anything.
they use chickens, they use blood of chickens, they use blood of cows, they use blood of any kind of species, they use the cells, the hair, whatever, nails, they use aluminum, they use mercury, especially in black dark magic. So imagine, stirring all that up in a cup and drinking that shit. It's bruja. That's what pharmakia means. It means sorcery. It is literally black magic. So anything that you're injecting into yourself that is manipulating you with metals, it is not good for you at all. It is black magic. Whether you want to believe it or not, I'm telling you it's black magic.
Agreed.
I totally agree.
Yes.
Okay, back to the Titanic and Kathy Bates. Also in the conspiracy, that's not a conspiracy. JP Morgan owned the company that or backed the company that owned the ships, and the Olympic people was the sister ship of the Titanic, and people say that it sank and or didn't sink, sorry, that it first got in an accident and then it was like a little wobbled, and so then they parked it next to the Titanic and they swapped everything out and then they sank the Olympic. That's like kind of like the 3D conspiracy in the Titanic. John J. Astor was aboard, and he was like the richest man on the planet of the time, and he also backed Tesla Energy. I think Carnegie was also on board, and he was anti with John Astor, the Federal Reserve, which then you get into the monster of Jekyll Island and things of this with the Rothschild family, but it goes into JP Morgan and what is like the official tale of this? I feel like someone smarter in the room might know Jekyll Island. And not to get off Titanic, you guys can go all in that.
Well, and I don't think Carnegie was anti, and I don't think he died on the Titanic.
Oh, he
It
was
another
the
guy named-
opposite.
Yeah,
He was one of the people that
but
survived.
A
Jekyll
Rothschild,
Island
too.
was the foundation of the Federal Reserve. In fact, if you go to Jekyll Island today, you can go to the clubhouse and they've got a room called the Federal Reserve Room, and they'll tell you themselves this is where these guys came in clandestine to meet and talk about and pass the concept of Federal Reserve. It was JP Morgan, and it was Daddy Warbucks, which was Paul Warburg, and a whole bunch of other ones from this hunt club. But that the money, this is my favorite conspiracy theory when it comes to Titanic, is that the money that came to fund the Federal Reserve initially came from being gold smelted on the Titanic, so that while the Titanic, this is part is true, that they had an engine room that was on fire for like 3 days straight. And they would still just be going from port to port to port with this room on fire. And apparently the safety advisors and everyone else either just like didn't know about it or just let it happen. But this theoretically, this was one of the reasons that the hull had lost some of its integrity and caused it to kind of crumple when they hit the iceberg, whatever it was. But the conspiracy theory is that they maintained that room and kept it on fire for 3 days because they were smelting obscene amounts of gold, which they originally had as like gold bedposts and gold card frames and gold, picture frames and stuff. And they were melting it down. And then just coincidentally, it would have been convenient that if you went into like iceberg or very cold climate, that you could almost balance this obscene amount of heat that you're using to smelt the gold. And that they then, once they created, gold bars, they loaded that onto the extra like safety rafts, the escape rafts. And that's why they had a shortage. It wasn't because of their bravado and that they were just like, sniffing their own farts and decided we don't need any extra boats, but it was because they used that to offload it. So that's my favorite theory and how the Titanic plays into this. And most of the main opponents to the Federal Reserve also just coincidentally happened to be on that boat and died. And also another aspect of this is that JP Morgan had his own room built, like a special VIP sort of like suite built on the Titanic, and he doesn't go at the last second. And coincidentally, a bunch of his friends from the Jekyll Island Club, where the Federal Reserve Room's at, also canceled at the last second. There's one of them, like Hershey Chocolate, and there was like 2 or 3 others that, again, were like all friends. They were all in the Jekyll Island Hunt Club. They were all pro Federal Reserve, and they all canceled at the last second. So I've got this rule where it's like, how many coincidences do you believe can happen back to back to back until you think there's something more to it? Like if you flip
6.
a coin and you get heads 10 times, is that weird? If you get it 50 times, is it weird? If you get it 500 times, like at what point when you're like, okay, there's something weird going on here? And to me, Titanic is like a few orders of magnitude beyond what my threshold for coincidence is.
My algorithm is showing nothing but Gold Rush.
I'm going to ask real quick, do you think, like, okay, it's playing in this theory. Could the sinking of the Titan submarine just be ways of them knowing this huge gold bar is down there? This whole ship is essentially made in gold, and it was a way to like steal some Queen's money and get it over here. Who knows what they were up to in the big banking system of the time. But what if they know it's down there, and so that is just guys so that they can send all these ships around, and so they can go and dig, and James Cameron's doing a movie down there, so it's like there's no questions of all this going on above the water all the time, because they've just been trying to kind of get a big treasure trove. I kind of like
I do
this
like
theory.
that Hollywood is the authority now on what happened at the Titanic. That
Right.
James Cameron's the last one to have potentially seen anything. So it's a weird world when like Hollywood really does have a monopoly on this historical event.
Sorry to interrupt, Layla. What were you saying about Gold Rush on your algorithm?
Oh, I see it everywhere. Like people are even finding it in their toilet tanks, like just gold matter, gold in the rivers, gold in the rocks, gold in bedrocks, just everywhere.
Gordy, what does everyone need to know about our shit?
You mean the Golden Sheet Club?
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know,
There's gold in your shit. And so maybe that's why your grandpappy had outhouses. And if you think of riverways all running, and if ancient people all lived by waters, wouldn't our shit eventually all gather? And maybe if all animals had gold in their shit, wouldn't all waterways eventually gather gold in ancient waterways, would gather deeper gold reservoirs?
that's a very good question.
Like, could they just be gathering our and our
Shit.
shit would wear away? It would become the fertilizer. It would become the plants.
I mean, why would they want to collect our shit and our piss? Like, come on. Like, oh, let's just teleport it somewhere. And they filter through that shit, obviously, and the urine. And I know they take urine for space missions.
Has anyone ever vacuumed up coins out of their car? You're just like vacuum in, but when a or a coin goes in your vacuum, it's like, and it's never one. You're like, oh, that was quarters. You can tell the difference of the sound. You're just like cleaning your car. That is essentially like our shit with gold in it.
Yeah.
Like they're just like getting it down to a certain filter until they can get the gold out of our shit.
I like someone just going to like a treatment plant and like protest, like, I know how much my shit is worth. Like, you can't just have that from me.
The exchange guy.
Give it
The
back.
gold exchange guy.
Yeah.
And that's why they really put things in our vaccines. Like, it's not really about poisoning us at all. It just does something to the consistency of the gold in our shit. So it's like easier to smell later on.
Sounds like the golden egg, the golden goose.
Like if the world were fair, we'd all have like one of those, what is it, like when you turn the bottle back in and you get 5 cents? Like we should all be getting paid every time we turn the bottle back in.
CRB.
I know, it'd make you eat better. It'd make everyone eat better if we got a little residual.
Right?
So like it's like basically
More
like a
fiber,
kidney stone,
please.
right? Like, what are fucking kidney stones?
What are they doing with your kidney stone afterward?
Well, I kept one. I don't know. What
They
I
could make
went
them a homunculus
What
out
does
of
it
your
look
kidney
like?
stone.
Gordy, what
It
does it look
looked
like?
like a club mace, kind of like it had like it was all spiky and like
Really?
it was and it had like a thing sticking off of it like this. It was
Is
terrible.
it true that you have to drink a lot of beer to try and pass kidney stone?
No.
That's what I was told.
Right? No.
Yeah,
I don't think
drinking-
there's any real like natural remedies. The best one we've got is like they
Cranberry
use
juice.
like a sonic sort of weaponry to like shake it around and try and break it up. But that's the closest, right?
I swear to God.
Lithotripsy. They go in and they kind of have a ultrasound gun, and yeah, it's supposedly
They
like,
play some Danzig for it, and it's like,
yeah, mother. Oh God, no, Danzig! Somebody punch him in Phoenix again. My favorite video of all
telling you,
time.
I was 15 years old. My uncle took me on vacation to Tallahassee, Florida, and his niece's husband was trying to pass kidney stones, and his direct words were, "My doctor told me to drink lots of beer and with water so you don't get dehydrated to help pass the kidney stones."
Wow.
Well, you
And
just
if you
pee a lot,
you-
maybe.
I'm telling
Yeah.
you, it's like a whole Reddit thing. You can check it out. Like it's a whole and he said that this is like a home remedy from back home, and usually home remedies are pretty legit.
I almost believe a piss beer because anyone here, like, and this is one of my, it's like saying spoiler alert, and that's why I have to say blah, blah, blah. When people say, I just broke the seal when you're hanging out and drinking, but when you're drinking beer like that, especially like, light beer, like PBR or something, you eventually just hit a certain amount that you've hit your max of the liquid your body can take in, and then you just start peeing. And it's not even, I can drink water and it doesn't do the same because it's like the water my body wants. So I just become bloated on the water, but my body doesn't want all that beer. So it's just like, get rid of it. So I can almost see that it's like there could be some method to your madness.
He passed kidney stones doing that. I was just flabbergasted. I was there for 3 months, and from day one, when I was like, "What the hell?" He's like, "Oh, I have to drink beer for my kidney stones." I was like, "Yeah, right. You just want to get drunk." And then his wife told me, he's like, "No, for real. He has to drink beer because of his kidney stones." I'm like,
How many are we talking about here?
I don't know. Him and his
Maybe as
next
a
door
kid.
neighbor would just fucking drink
That sounds like
every
that
night
sounds like
after work.
something he told his wife that
Yeah,
his
and you know
doctor
another
told
thing
him
that's so
that
funny?
too, and put it on Reddit. No, it
Maybe.
was even on Reddit for
The
sure. my
Monday and
doctor
Tuesday
said.
and Wednesday, he was
this was when
just
I was
chugging
15.
soda,
Like,
chugging soda,
yeah.
chugging Coke,
Dude,
chugging Coke. And you're
I've
like,
asked
what are
him-
you
They didn't have
doing?
Reddit when I was
He's
15.
like, I'm
I've
creating
asked-
kidney stones for the weekend. And then he got to the weekend chugging beer, chugging beer, chugging beer.
It was weird.
I feel like everyone who drinks Dr. Pepper gets or not Dr. Pepper.
Yes.
Mountain Dew. Mountain
Oh,
Dew is the
Dr.
one.
Pepper.
Like almost everyone who drinks Mountain Dew for sure gets kidney stones.
I've never
Doesn't
done the
Mountain Dew
Macarena.
Every
I've
time.
never drank Mountain Dew.
doesn't Mountain Dew stunt the sperm count?
Yellow 5. Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, something like
That
that.
was like the most classic, like
Really all-
elementary school conspiracy theory was like, yeah, if you drink Mountain Dew, your balls will never grow. That was the big one.
Abby, you and I feel like we've brought up the word a few times, but what is kind of the like as a fish as you want to do for Secret Society of Good Guys explanation of Tataria?
Honestly, I'm not the best one for this, but like I like the idea of it.
But it was a place in the world for real, right? Like
It
on
was the
maps,
world.
there
It-
was like
there was a Tartaria region, and there is one. I want to say
a
it's like,
Tartarus.
yeah,
Well,
yeah, it's like
The Russia, Asia area, and the whole.
it's the idea that they're old world and we've been reset. So, and a lot of them believe that there was a mud flood because you can look at any city across the world pretty much, and even probably your own town, where you have buildings that have windows that are buried in the ground. Definitely in my hometown, like, or the town that I live in right now, there's literally buildings that have windows buried in the ground, and you think that it's a basement, except that when they dig these out, they're not a basement. They're the ground floor, or they're 2 floors up, and they have actual doors that go outside. So these windows are not buried in the ground on purpose. These are windows are just covered in dirt. So like something happened, and these basements are becoming uncovered in different areas, but it's all across the world. But I have tons of examples in my small town right now, and it's everywhere. Big
They
cities
even-
all across the world.
They even say the Great Wall of China is actually not Chinese. It's actually Tartarian technology because of the way that it's designed and how, I guess, the cannon cutouts are directed. It's directed towards China and not against who would be against China. So they're saying that it's actually Tartarian technology and it's part of the Russian. I feel like it's tied to like the Mongolian kind of Turkish kind
It
of
is. It was
stuff.
Mongolian. There's some of the first images of falconry
Mhm.
was I can't remember where I saw it, but it was like an ancient. I don't know what time period it was, but one of the first references to humans and birds is this. I can't remember it, but anyway, it comes from Mongolia, and it's this they use it because of the way the guy is dressed,
Hmm.
and he's got one of those hats, those Mongolian caps. Anyway, his dress is Mongolian, and it's the caption says Tartarian falconer,
Yeah.
something to that effect. But it's like one of the earliest pictures of like. And they have this huge tradition that goes back to their spiritual beliefs.
Yeah. And I think those people are still there. Some of those
yeah,
people.
and they still keep eagles too.
Yeah.
Sometimes, yeah.
It's
Uh-huh.
all tied into the red bricks too, and red bricks being conductive, and that there used to be free energy and it was wireless along the
Right.
principles of like Nikola Tesla's wireless energy. So all these buildings were actually made with like steeples and stuff like that, and like little areas for to hold mercury and spinning, and it has to do with the bell towers inside some of these old churches, the sound vibration of it all, and that being a way to spread. Like they didn't need the power lines, This is actually all these Zoom power lines that they're building as part of
It's part
what
of the
I
break.
believe is a reversal grid. It's like to kind of keep us all suppressed. But the energy in the Tartaria buildings was free, and it was not in wires. It wasn't, ran above ground, but I mean, it was wireless. It was all wireless.
Yeah, they found out recently that it was the technology was in the bricks.
Yeah, the red brick.
Yeah, the type of metals they mixed with the brick, the
I
alchemy
think it's
behind
like
it.
quartz too. I think quartz. There's actual quartz crystal in red brick.
Well,
So,
I bet there's copper in it too.
oh yeah.
Doesn't it seem like red brick's kind of the color of blood?
Mm,
Yeah.
mm.
Wouldn't that be conductive? Like
Where'd
an
they get
ancient
the color?
antiquitech or a giant's blood, but that's a different conspiracy. But the ancient antiquitech idea of Tartaria also, it goes into a lot of the pipe organs or even the Titanic. Some they think was a Tartarian technology that they wanted to sink because they didn't know how to run it appropriately. Then the blimps, a lot of they think that there's a lot of air. Before planes and all this jet engine stuff, like we just charge blimps and traveled places without even thinking about it and would park at the top of these towers. I actually think of blimps as something they would park on these. They would put a big tower and then put a blimp above it, and the blimp would gather all the energy into the empty cavity of the blimp and then provide all the energy for the fare below, whatever the thing might be. It would just be like a gathering point for a large amount of energy to light up all the lights. If I am playing and globe or flat earth, the Tartarian ancient antiquitech idea really doesn't have to do with either of those things.
Mhm.
It doesn't, you could
It's
believe
incidental. Yeah.
or not believe in that regardless of what shape you think the planet is. You could think that we were reset over time and we've had technology stolen from us and that kind of existence. I like the Tartarian idea, though, that Gordy was bringing up the falconers, because a lot of their flags also have winged animals on them, like the griffin or the two-headed eagle, which is also like on the Albanian flag, and Drake and Kanye have all that double eagle symbolism. They've been pulling out a lot lately, and the Kanye's new album coming out is Vultures. So I just think it's even interesting that's the plural of vultures. But if you took two birds and put them together, it makes that double-headed eagle symbology. So I was wondering if Pegasus maybe came from this Tartarian region. I love vultures. They're my fave. And that is from Robin Hood, the Disney version of it. And it's Robin Hood, bring him here. It's one of my, I love that cartoon.
You hear his face when you hear his voice when you see it. That's the programming, Disney programming.
Yeah. It's my nostalgia kicking
programming.
in. Yeah.
As long as we're aware of it, you got to be objective. You got to know that Disney's the programming, right?
It is.
Thomas?
Hey, I just gotta say, I'm really far away on Tartaria. I'm not sold at all. I think it's a Russian disinfo campaign. I think Tartary and Tartaria was just the junk drawer of people that were making maps that didn't care. It was just throw it in the Tartarian junk drawer. So that's where I'm at. I know it's controversial in the conspiracy world. I don't believe none of it.
No, and I'm also going to add to that is if you look up, they used to think Tartarus, they would just be a place we would go to hell, and then gods or god kings would go to Tartarus. It was like an extra way to doom them, an extra scary thing for humans. So in that way, if there was a bunch of regions that we knew existed, but we didn't go there, we didn't have information from there, we just drew it off and put big lines through it and put, this is Tartarus, this is lower than hell, you guys don't even want to go there, to try to keep all of our serfs close to the castle.
Well, there's also Tartarus, but barbarous as well. That's where the whole idea of barbarians came from, Barbaria. Tartaria, there's a region going towards Africa that was called Barbaria, and that's where the whole idea or the word barbarians came from. But it was just a region that They just wanted to keep nameless or hide whatever secrets that they had in Africa, and they didn't want people to know, so they called them barbarians, Barbaria.
Now, what's the point where we think that
Yeah.
just history gets lost? I mean, just from loss of memory or over the generations.
If you watch that
And
one
we don't.
video, he said that the last reset probably happened about 1860, and it really makes like right around the time of the American Civil War.
Right.
I also just want to throw in, I think red bricks is one whole idea. Ancient Antiquitech is one whole idea. A mud flood is one whole idea.
Yeah.
And then Tartaria is one whole idea. And somewhere it's all just become this thing.
Exactly. And they really, you can believe one without believing the others. Like, I do believe that there's tons of buildings that are buried. I've seen them with my own eyes. And I do believe that those are probably related to Antiquitech, just based on like the fact that one of the buildings here has 2 gold domes on the top of it. Like,
well, I just want to add to this
weird.
too, in the moment that we're in right now, is Rothschild, Rockefeller, he owned all the copper. I think it was Rockefeller that owned all the copper. So they also had to figure out a way with the sinking of the Titanic, probably bigger than the Federal Reserve. If Tesla's energy was real and he had a billionaire backer to get it all off the ground, then having copper wires inside our houses in all of these lines everywhere you see, when you look at the biggest lines out in the empty fields, there are all these copper wires. So in this copper top kind of way, or copper pot kind of way, or copper field kind of way, you have this David Copperfield like holding our energy in that we can't express, we can't feel each other, and who knows what we could pick up from the ionosphere that we're not able to pick up, or what free energy we might be able to gather that we're not able to pick up. So I just think there is something peculiar to the way that all the energy was just rolled out with Edison, and that the World's Fairs could have meant one thing, but why would you? I just know electricians, and they would never run electrical lines to all those buildings to tear it down afterward. And it's not the same as a carnival's run. And then I know masons and stuff. And I also know people in Hollywood and how quick you can throw up a really cool looking thing and tear it down because it really means nothing. So I don't know. I have a lot of curiosity. I think CGI has existed forever. So all the old pictures, they do look like they were vanilla skied and whitewashed a little bit.
And what's interesting about the whole metals thing of it all, we all used to use lead paint, and lead paint would block radio transmissions, radio frequency, and all that. And it was a technology that they kind of knew back in the day. But then all of a sudden, they decided, hey, lead paint is poisonous.
Yeah, little kids are eating lead.
Poisonous.
But it tasted so good.
Like
what kid is eating paint chips? I didn't understand that at the time when I was a kid. In the 70s.
I was like look at this weird pink thing.
The walls.
Like I peeled it off the wall.
Looks like candy.
And I was like,
that's a neglectful parent. That's what that problem is.
And then right after I was done,
that much better for you.
Right after I was done with that, I got the fork and I was like, I wonder if I could spread these prongs just enough and stick it in that hole.
The stuff they did in our fillings.
I did that with a Brad once. You know, those little like brass things that you put in paper so you could spin it at school.
Oh, yeah.
I put a penny up my nose once.
How'd you get it out?
I don't know. Just stretch the holes a little bit, you know.
I swallowed 2 pennies once. And I was choking on them, and my mom we were in the middle of the store, and she like panicked and she hung me upside down, and like one of the pennies fell out, and she put me down, and she was like, oh my gosh, but I was still choking on the other penny, and she's like, oh, like only this kid would swallow 2 pennies at the same time and choke on them. And then that same day we went to this restaurant. I don't know if it was everywhere, but it was called Po Folks, and
hell yeah.
and I just remember whatever it was about Po Folks. My brother loved it in a food there. So we went, and I talked him into, they used to have hot peppers on the table. And I was like, you should try one of those hot peppers. And so he tried the hot pepper and he was like, blah! And so then my mom panicked because she thought he was choking on a penny.
My brother choked on 3/4, and a few pennies, just decided to swallow them. I think he was like 3 years old. And my sister, I don't know how she communicated to my father that my baby brother was choking, her twin. And I guess she just tells him, like, he's choking. And he goes and just takes him by one leg and starts shaking him up and down like a rag doll. And everything just came out of him miraculously. But like he almost died on us. It was crazy. Quarters.
That chick from Orange is the New Black, or she was like Dollhouse. She's like crazy haired. I don't remember her name right now. But she swallowed coins when she was a kid, and she got some stuck in her larynx. I think it's her larynx, but somewhere back here, she got actually some stuck. And so now she can bang on this part of her throat, and you can hear change.
Ching ching. Money coming in, baby. Ching ching ching. Remind them, money
Like those
coming in.
those kids that you see on Instagram that swallowed a dog toy or something, the squeaker. It's all
Uh-huh.
Is
What
a
about
great.
clones?
Oh yeah, go for it. Clones is a good one.
What is it? What?
Like
Clones.
clones,
cloning
or like
humans.
Hollywood celebrities being replaced, like
Or just cloning in general. Do you like an official story of you can take enough parts of a thing and make an exact replica of a thing, and then it's just a living thing? Do you guys believe in clones?
Did you see the
Definitely.
Like
organs that
Dolly
they
the
made?
sheep and
Yeah,
Yeah.
for
All
sure.
the best weed comes from clones.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, the video of like them creating these organs that they connected to each other through electricity and started to make it move, that made me believe that cloning could be real. I don't know if you guys seen that. The scientists made these like fleshy
sounds
things.
very Mary Shelley.
Weird. Weird.
so then
Remember
in
the
the
sheep? Remember Dolly? That was real.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
I
they've been
always
doing that a
just
long
think,
time.
is it interesting that they went with the sheep? Like,
But-
look at, they'll all believe that if we put this sheep in a Ziploc bag and we show them a picture of it, they'll all believe in cloning.
That's
And
what I was
then
gonna
a
say.
year from now, we'll just show them a sheep grown and we'll be like, look, it's the same sheep. And they'll just believe it because it came from the
It's just a
printing
sheep.
press and,
They all look
Anderson
the same.
Vanderbilt said it.
Sheep all look the same though,
That's
so
what I
it's
didn't.
easy.
Yeah, that's why I was like, how do we even know that? I always thought that with the sheep.
I know Paperclip, everyone goes always with NASA, but I always think the interesting thing about Paperclip is scientists, there was only some that were rocket scientists and very few. And I just think it's bullshit that rocket scientists are the smartest scientists. A lot of the other scientists went
true.
into medicine, Medici medicine, and universities, just the education system at its highest level all the way down to its lowest. So if it's educating the teachers and the teachers are educating the students, then it just seems like MK
Well, yeah.
Ultra.
It's like levels of indoctrination. They start you off with the basics of bullshit. So when you get the new bullshit, it'll make sense of the basic bullshit. And it's like a ladder effect of more bullshit.
Is Santa Claus the first conspiracy?
Mushrooms.
Like, is Santa
Now,
Claus the real
what is-
one that we all learn first? Like adults can.
Religion, maybe.
Ooh.
When Thomas
think it
brought
was
that
two-
up, but like I
I
was
feel like I
yeah,
learned about Santa before I really I feel like I gave a
Let's-
fuck about I mean, I didn't, but I feel like my parents tried to push Santa on me before they pushed religion.
Tooth fairy for me.
My-
First.
I don't know. I remember my mom talking to me about God, and I remember my first reaction was like, so you're telling me that there is a guy up there that I'm supposed to talk to and I can't see him? Like, I remember thinking it was ridiculous. Like, no offense to everyone, because then
That's what I
believe
thought.
God, but I did feel like it was really freaking dumb when I was little. I was kind of offended that she asked me to believe in it, though I believed in Santa Claus. So yeah.
Santa Claus and God just want to watch you masturbate.
I
What it
know.
comes down to,
We're
right?
voyeurs, right?
Got that list going.
And he's checking it
Checking it
twice.
twice.
It's a Mossad operation
Am I a
deep
bad
down.
girl?
Yeah, you're lucky if you get on the good list. The naughty list is extra naughty.
That's the list I want to be on.
So there's this person on TikTok. She's famous. I think I forgot her name, but she's famous. She gives dating advice, but she's also really knowledgeable on magic. And she's like, well, everyone's practicing Santa Maria. That's what Santa Claus is. Isn't he a Saint Nicholas? She's like, you're pretty much giving an offering of cookies and milk, to this saint. So it's pretty much you're giving an offering and asking for a wish. It's like kind of like a Santa Maria magic, asking for your dream gift, or you're asking the saint for something. So you're giving an offering. So you're practicing Santa Maria, is what she's saying. Because
Is Santa Maria the same as Santeria?
Santeria, yes, Santeria. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know
sorry.
if it was a
Excuse
whole
me.
different.
I always mess that up.
No, Layla, I don't know what all the magics that you know
Yeah.
about from where you're
Santeria.
from. So I'm like, is it the same? Is it because
Don't
hoodoo and
practice
voodoo? Like
Santeria.
the first time I heard somebody say hoodoo, I'm like, did they just say voodoo wrong? I didn't know there was a whole different type of
But
magical.
Santeria, they use Santa Maria, Saint Mary,
Yeah, Saint
in
Mary.
their magic. So
And
yeah.
they pick a deity and give it offerings, like essentially.
So
Saint
in this
Nicholas.
case, it's Saint Nick.
That
Whoever
is
that
really
is.
interesting.
Mhm.
Huh. Yeah, I never even
Coming
thought
down
about
the
that.
chimney, magically with his magic reindeer up in the sky, flying. Whooshy.
A lot of ritual this year. This
Yeah.
time of year.
Have you heard that JP Morgan is Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer?
Wait, what? Repeat that?
No, how is that? What is this one?
So JP Morgan owned all the banks, and if he didn't and the Federal Reserve, and if he didn't fluff the interest rates at the time because the Great Depression was there, then there wasn't going to be a Christmas. And so everybody, and he had a huge bulbous, disgusting nose. And so if they made this jingle, comet jingle, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, because he cleared this and allowed there to be a really big Christmas that year and allowed these banks to have these loans. So in turn, these people could have these loans, but it's almost like he built up pressure enough to pop. And so had a very shiny nose. And if he saw it, he would even say it close, but it was all just about him ushering in this whole Christmas thing, which then Santa Claus is all kind of like the co-creation in America. So it was all around the same time.
Isn't there a Nordic thing about it being symbology of a mushroom and tripping out in the woods, and people thought that deer were actually flying while they were tripping on a specific mushroom? And the milk and honey, or the milk and cookies, is actually the milk and honey of something that happens in the brain. There's this whole thing.
Well, one of Thomas's favorite conspiracies is that Santa is just a mushroom.
It is.
Yeah, well, more specific, he's a shaman, but his outfit represents a mushroom, Amanita muscaria. The reindeer is because the shamans knew that when the reindeer ate the mushrooms and then they drank the reindeer pee, that they could have the same inebriating effects without getting sick from it. And same thing with the shaman would just drink each other's pee. So that's another aspect of it. Coming down the chimney was because the yurts that they lived in would snow over the front doors and the windows, so that the shaman would have to come in through the chimney. The hanging the stockings by the fireplace with care was also because that's one of the ways that you can help oxidize the toxins that are in Amanita muscarias. You would put them in a sock and hang it over the fireplace so that the heat would kind of dry it out and process it, so it wouldn't have to happen inside your body. The fact that they would also decorate the tree, that was another place you would put the mushrooms on these conifer trees, and then on top of that, you would wake up in the morning and have all these presents around the bottom of the tree, exactly how fairy rings work. It's because the water would fall off the conifer and drip down, and that's where the mushrooms would grow under the perfect little ecosystem of shade. So every element of Christmas, from the tree, yeah, all of this. Oh, look at that! My Santa is right. That's my song right there. That's fucking hilarious.
That's
Also,
great. Awesome.
Santa's a mushroom, yeah.
Isn't
Wait, I clicked the wrong one.
Oh my god, it just escaped my mind.
And that's why all
Oh,
these
yeah, I got
old
it.
postcards have this symbolism. Like whenever the Santa Claus and Coca-Cola thing comes up, you can find versions of Santa Claus that predate Coca-Cola in these exact sort of scenarios, like old postcards from like German lore.
Isn't also the 25th the pagan holiday of the Yule tree or something? And everyone apparently uses a Yule tree for Christmas?
Now we're getting into like
Yeah,
Norse.
Nordic.
Viking
Yeah.
and Nordic sort of things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
isn't it like that whole
the Yule
pagan
log.
thing? Yeah.
So if we just go around collecting reindeer pee, we can
Odin.
have a good trip, huh? What's funny about that is like Jessa Reed, she has this whole comedy sketch like about meth pee and how like you can get really high off your pee if you're a meth head. Like she figured it out and like she collect her urine and drink it because it's like a higher high than
That sounds like a meth head logic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds
Whoa.
like meth head science.
It does.
Oh my god.
It'd be
It
easier
might-
to cook your own pee though than a reindeer's piss.
There was this podcast of someone talking about how he used to eat his boogers because that's how coked out he was, and he loved the idea that so much coke was like
Coke
stuck-
boogers are a
Oh,
thing I've
God.
heard about.
Boogers
Yeah.
gross me out so bad.
What was his name?
They gross me out too.
What his name?
They
Some-
gross me out in a
Oh,
way that
triggers.
it's like I've done a few
Booger.
when I was in school for being a physical therapist. I had to do like intern things under a few different things, and like respiratory therapy was one of the things. And when people got their lungs sucked, it was the nastiest thing I ever heard in my whole life. It was the nastiest, and so everything in this thing, all the way down into the, I don't want anything to do with that, like boogers.
Yeah. Like
Joe.
I've done little kids, I can change diapers, I can potty train, all that, but I cannot do boogers. They gross me out.
Ugh.
Have you ever had to do where you like suck the boogers out? Like lots of moms do that one, right? When the kid gets like a cold.
Yeah, with the little thing.
That's easier though than seeing them on the face or watching them eat them or lick them or wipe on you. That's a whole other level. And it's like adults still pick their nose and eat it. You can stand
Okay,
up in the car.
we're gonna change the subject.
So
Well,
gross.
people can't handle the snot, I guess.
We can talk about frazzle drip, but eating boogers is like a
You've
step
gone too
I
far.
draw the line, damn it. Yeah.
If you want to have any more conversation about eating boogers than that, you are not a member of the secret society.
Why do so many people do it in the car?
Thumbs down.
What is it about the car and like digging for gold?
Where you see
I think-
somebody,
I think
you
there's like
look
an
over.
exhibitionist thing going on
She's like, always in the car.
in the car because you're like, no one's ever gonna see me again. Haha.
You guys, I have a nose thing, and when you talk about the nose too much, it makes me think like I've broke my nose a whole bunch of times, and then it makes me feel like it's extra like like I can just feel every like it's too much.
It's like the head lice thing.
Yeah, like if somebody talks about itching and you're all like, I'm so itchy all of a sudden.
Fuck, do I have lice?
Is it, so a great flood, does everybody believe in just a great flood happen regardless? Is there anyone that doesn't? Do atheists believe in a great flood?
I think that it's in almost every world mythology, like even like obscure areas. So if you don't believe in it, that's kind of weird.
So, which is interesting, this great flood. I've seen a video of what an earthquake looks like from an airplane, like really high up. And it literally looks like water, like just literally like on a wave. That's what it looks like. It's on water. So if a flood did really happen, where did the water or mud come from? Is it this huge shift of poles that might have happened? They talk about the pole shifts. So did a pole shift happen where it literally chaotically shook everything on a vibrational level where it just made the dirt like liquid? And that's known to happen with earthquakes. So did a huge shift happen where all this water and mud come from, or did it fall from the sky?
I don't know. Do you believe in does everyone believe in a great flood in the room?
I mean, I believe it's a possibility that it happened. Or
Does NASA have an explanation for a great flood? Like, does science, is it like something
Yeah,
that
it's in
like
the fossil
dinosaur
record.
people?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it shows in the fossil record. The Sphinx shows it.
Mhm.
Is the explanation like the comet that killed the dinosaurs?
That could be one, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, I'm just like, where does all this water come from? And like in a globe philosophy, was
Did it happen all at once?
was it ice caps melting? Do ice caps melt and make sea levels rise? Do sea levels rise?
No, not with
I
the
don't know.
ice.
I'm like, I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's cyclical.
Well, I
Things
don't.
happen.
Did the Great Flood affect like South Africa and Australia and Alaska? Because usually when people talk about the Great Flood, they're talking about sort of the Middle East and maybe some parts of Europe. But if it's just applying to the Middle East, yeah, of course, it makes plenty of sense that a huge landmass that affected a lot of people that wrote about it, but there's not like antediluvian stories from every single culture. There's a lot from Abrahamic religions, but not. I mean, are there like
Even
honestly?
obscure
Are
tribes
there
in
like
South America,
antediluvian?
though. There are stories like in many obscure places that
Well,
are unrelated to Europe.
so to answer also the question of like ice caps melting, in science, they've done this experiment. You could do it at home. Take a cup, fill it to the top with ice and fill it with water. Let that ice melt, not a drop will overflow. So think of that with the ice caps and the things that we already have in the water. If they melt, it's not going to change the level of seawater because it's the same.
You're so smart.
But that's basic science. That's basic physics. That are is it physics? Yeah.
Yeah, water
And people
displacement
forget that
eternal.
part.
Yeah,
They
but
think,
that
"Oh
water,
my God, ice
that
melt,"
water
and they
isn't
think
in
that
the
it's gonna
ocean.
like. But that's not science. Science teaches you that even if
It's the same space,
it's the same
regardless of the.
space. Exactly.
Also, I've heard people say like the water shortage, like there's a water shortage, but I've heard that like the ice caps are so much water. I don't know if like, I mean, they're all fresh water too. It's like delicious fresh water, well, frozen. Like we don't have to worry about it flooding if really we're going to run out of water. And that's one of the fears they put on us. And the other fear from global warming is that the ice caps are melting. Then why don't we just stick a straw in the ice caps? Ta-da! Done and done. I just cured both those things in one thing.
Well, because the ice walls was keeping us in, so you can't
Go over
melt
the
that down
edge.
for water because now the
Hey.
jail's open.
See, I knew we'd get.
It's gonna
I
break through
knew
the whole
you'd come
universe.
around, Thomas. He's a believer. Just like he's-
No,
Do you
the
guys have
world-
any conspiracies? I know there's so many names and stuff. I'm like, gosh, there just has to be one episode that's all names and conspiracies that all come up all the time. Do you guys have any other rando conspiracies that are your 101?
It's hard to define conspiracy though, too. Like from mystery, because like I always like obsessed about the mysteries, and when I was a kid, like the Easter Island things and the
Agartha.
and
I
the
love
ancient. Those are mysteries, and like things that are occult are mysteries, but they're secrets,
esoteric
but they're not
things.
necessarily conspiracies unless they are purposely occulted by a group, right? That is a conspiracy.
Is the devil?
It depends on how you define it. Like, because in some people's brain, conspiracy is only governmental manipulation or whatever, or global, conspiracy, that kind of overarching Illuminati kind of thing. The things that are real, that are mysteries, that we are trying to find, because all of this is about, because we're trying to find what's true, right? Like what's in our true experience is the only thing we really know for sure. We really don't know shit except for what our own experience is, right?
Yeah,
So,
man.
you have to try to figure all that bullshit out, filter all that bullshit out, and figure out what you think first. And then, because there's always another layer. Like even if we figured out the whole Rapa Nui mystery thing of why they built the Easter Islands with bodies and why they were buried and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's not because
Like the building.
science is necessarily hiding it from us. They just don't know. Like, there's a lot of stuff they don't know that they're making up because they have their theories.
Because we've all been
We-
reset.
Yeah, we've all been like,
They were
the thing
babies
is,
at some time. They're part of the whole orphan train of it all.
we talk about MK Ultra. All of us have been MK Ultra.
Yeah. But it's interesting.
All of us are part of
because-
it, and it depends on your level of conspiracy, how much experience you have on this, because of what your perspective is.
So
Like,
God
if you
could
were
be a
inside it-
conspiracy. The devil could be a conspiracy. Spirits
Right.
could be a conspiracy. Our
Hell is
souls
a
could be a
conspiracy.
conspiracy.
It's not even biblical.
You know, a lot of it can be conspiracy when you think about it in that sense, because it's like a lot of the unseen, the unknown, the not sure, it's a belief, could be, would be, not sure. So it's like a lot of shit could fall into that.
Well, I
I
think a
would
lot
love
of Christians are predisposed to believing in conspiracies because the devil is the ultimate, anti-conspiracy, because he's trying to trick you that he doesn't exist, and he's trying to like constantly. So if you believe in that dynamic, then you're already a conspiracy theorist before you even realize it.
Yeah.
What if the Bible itself is a conspiracy?
I mean, King James, like that version is a conspiracy.
Well, Abrahamic religion's writing out all women, pretty much. They
Yeah.
conspired against women, made us all
Yeah.
witches.
Yeah. Literally.
But I would love to do an episode where we just go into the whole, like, celebrities who have been replaced. Like, Paul is dead. Fucking Avril Lavigne is dead. Like, all of that. I think that would be a freaking kind of a fun one.
That would be fun.
I've got some
Brittany.
top hitters we can get into at some point, but Illuminati, that seems like 101.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Princess Diana, I think, was just
Right.
because of the
Ooh.
age
Yeah.
that was a big one.
Yeah.
Skull and Bones, specifically with like George Bush and John Kerry both running against each other, and like you only had a Skull and Bones versus Skull and Bones. And then the fluoride and the pineal gland. That one's like another like kind of classic.
And then school shootings, the whole psyop of that. Are they real? Are they psyops or not? Do they use actual casualties?
Crisis
Actors.
false flags.
Yeah. Boston bombing, marathon bombing.
Well, we can get into
Mayor
the
of
whole,
Maui, mayor of Las Vegas.
the whole red
Or
brick
not,
of it
chief-
all
chief-
with the
yeah,
Black
chief of
Lives
police.
Matter thing.
I know. I feel like Agent Provocateurs, Color Revolutions. I feel like we just got to the beginning, but
Yeah.
I do think this is kind of a perfect episode to just touch base occasionally and like cipher through these kind of crazy words and like reevaluate them for ourselves, and then these ideas, and do they need to be pieced apart more? Is there any validity in some of these places? Is some of these places like complete dead ends, or we hate it?
Well, we're forgetting the biggest conspiracy of them all. The top first letter on the keyboard, that's the next to the tab button that we can't say because we'll get banned, but you can clean your ears with it.
We're talking about that QWERTY keyboard.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know,
I don't know if it's the biggest conspiracy. I definitely had it on
Yes.
my list of whole conspiracies to get into. But
Yeah.
I'm like, because
Because you could tie that all into like what? The whole looking glass of it all, right? Which is
a conspiracy.
so interesting. Yes.
Hey, I'm just saying, but January 6th will happen like at this time. Like it'll be on a Friday
On a
/
Friday?
Saturday. So it
Ooh.
might be a good
Oh,
day
really?
to talk about that.
Oh, that's a perfect. Like maybe we should all insurrect that day and all dress very patriotic. Dressed in our best insurrection gear.
Oh, for January 6th? Like
Yeah.
actual January.
Might
Hmm.
I'm
be
gonna wear a
fun.
shirt that says PRS with a blank.
I'm gonna have to do the Q oh my god, I said a letter from the alphabet. The shaman guy.
Oh yeah, full buffalo horns.
Yep. Or
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
the pedestal dude.
I'm gonna be
Yeah.
I'm gonna be Mike Pence. I'm gonna put a fly on my head.
The Q always reminds me of the symbol of the serpent eating
Our
its
show gets
tail.
full
It just came full.
Yeah,
It's gonna look over.
The Ouroboros.
Can we just find a
Yeah,
clip
or-
of the Sesame Street, the count, and like just find an episode where he talks about that particular letter?
Yeah.
He could be the intro.
Like
Doesn't he talk about numbers,
Counted
though?
numbers.
It reminds me of that, but somehow ties to like Q and Jesus, and like how Q is tied to Jesus in certain books. It's just
Like
I
The
don't
Book
know.
of Thomas.
Yeah, Q.
That's what the book's called, the Book of Thomas.
Yeah. And that Jesus is
Did
Q.
you
The
write that
spirit
book,
of Jesus is Q.
Do you use AI to write that book and to put it into the simulation? Are we already in Skynet? Skynet. The Matrix.
Somebody in the chat brought up reptilians. What are your guys' thoughts on reptilians?
Programming.
For real?
Totally real.
Not real.
So like
It was from the Land of the Lost in the 70s.
I think it's a metaphor.
in
That
the
doesn't
idea
count though. If it's a metaphor, then it doesn't count.
in the
Yeah.
idea of space. Do you guys believe that aliens exist that could look like reptiles?
Inner Earth, ant people. Like the Brazilians of the Brazilian jungle, the ancient ones, they believe that they're ant people.
What about
Lam.
the telomeres that are on the like 2 strands of our DNA that are capping them? What if our DNA is like different? I think that science could explain it so easily. I don't think that I think people are thinking along the lines of it's this or that, and it's alien or it's not, and maybe it's just the fact that like some of our DNA has been tampered with.
That
Would
could
it
be
be
it.
Probably a lot of
Who've-
us.
Would it behoove an alien species to pretend they were human for any reason?
Oh, for sure.
For just like controlling us like a little slave
Yeah.
race so they could get the gold out of
Yeah,
our
yeah.
ship?
You gotta have it.
Maybe we are just an experiment. Maybe they're part of the experiment. Maybe they're the facilitators of the experiment.
The
Maybe
handlers.
they're
Jupiter Rising.
I think it's incredibly narcissistic to believe in aliens.
To believe
Like
in
we're
aliens
so
or
we're
not
so
to?
interesting that someone would have to come from light years away and like hide amongst us like they were
Yeah.
like a Discovery Channel, right? Like we're the little like family of lemurs that they like hide and put cameras in and stuff.
But what if
Maybe
we
we're a
are?
reality show. Maybe we're the best I think we've got going for us is we might be the Real Housewives. That's like the farthest that we've got in terms
the
of
lemur
marriage.
is better. I think the lemurs is cool. Let's go with that one.
I think we are a
I think-
miracle. I think we are so amazing. I think we're incredible. I don't think it's narcissistic at all. I think the fact that we can be here, live this experience in this fucking whatever the fuck we're in, that we can have feelings, emotions, and be able to create, like literally create and bring life into this fucking realm. I think it's fucking marvelous. And I do think that other beings would be jealous to have this experience and be able to love and adore and have, I don't know, whatever.
But
the fuck-
aliens could do that. If they could create a spaceship that could travel light years, then they went through all the testament and struggles and pain and growth and all the things that they would have to go through to eventually have the technology. And then they would have to have the want, the need, and that like exploratory pirate search to want to go light years away for their civilization to want to discover anything.
Maybe
Unless
they're
they
just
destroy their own planet.
And then would you want to, like in your way, do you want to go to the safari and watch monkeys pick fleas out of each other's fur?
Kind of.
Well, what
And
if
is that
these-
what
Yeah.
an alien's doing if it's coming all the way back here? And so if it could in some ways, like if you are like, if you got some realization like, oh my gosh, a monkey's sentient, like
Do
it's
these
sentient.
monkeys have gold in their shit? This is actually
Yeah.
an important
Yes,
question.
this is
Or what if these aliens
yeah,
are
the
just
aliens know.
future us's, like coming back into our time just to warn
Yeah.
us with all these technological advances? They somehow morphed in the future, and that is us in the future, and they just come back to like, hey guys, don't, because you'll be us. Do you want to look like me? Cool.
Do you think there's any way that some kind of elite, some kind of evil they, some kind of reptilian, whatever force could be assisting us to somehow spiritually give us some kind of evolution?
Yeah,
Like pushing us to all these things. Like you don't advance, you don't make an invention out of like you do it because it makes your life easier somehow.
Like you don't do a global trauma psyop without thinking, oh, this is gonna elevate them. They'll finally get it. They'll finally figure out that it's all ethereal and it's not
Like,
it's
can
not
these
real.
silly serfs, they say they want freedom. Do they know what freedom is? They tout liberty. Do
Right.
they know what liberty is?
Are they gonna
If
stand
they-
up this time?
They always think freedom is money. So if we gave them all $1 million tomorrow, are they all just going to be a fantasy fuckfest, or are they actually going to do something to better themselves? Like if you guys all had $1 million, 10 years ago, what you might do with it now would be entirely different than the old you. So
Mhm.
maybe you had to go through all this bullshit before you
Right.
get what's good. So in a spiritual way, if you're just like some chode that doesn't really earn anything, you're sitting on your Xbox and life is so easy and everything comes so great to you, and you live in America and everything's perfect, and I have Jesus, and I don't even have to worry about anything because my priest just made me Hail Mary. Whatever your thing is that you grasp to, that's just your get out of jail free card for being a shitty person. What about if all the shit had to happen? Like you had to have a fake virus so you knew who you actually were, you knew who your family was around you, you knew where you stood, and all the people that are like, how does World War II happen? I would never let that happen. I would never let that happen, you guys. I would never let World War II happen. Can you hear me behind my mask? So it's just like maybe these kind of little struggles, if it's not an evil they, maybe it's just like harsh parenting. But it has to be that way because if we had coddling parenting, we would all just be addicts.
So listen
Yeah.
to this.
You
In
have to have
Africa,
balance.
They are.
they do not want to give anybody money or any beggars money. And now listen to why. This guy, he told his story about when he went to Africa and he saw this lady sitting out right by this restaurant. He gave her money and everyone was like, no, don't give her money. Don't give her money. He's like, what the fuck is everyone bugging about? So the next day, his friends and himself decide to go back to that same area. And then with his friends, he's like, oh my God, that's the lady from last night. I want to give her money. And they're like, if you fucking give her money, you're going to have a problem with me. They're like, why? And then the lady sees them arguing. She's like, oh, you're that young man that gave me money. Oh, nice to see you. And then he goes, well, I wanted to give you money, but he's not allowing me. He's like, you know what? She's like, you know what? Honestly, thank you for not giving me the money because I will get used to this habit and it'll become a habit. So if I struggle for my money and see that I can't have it, I will work for it. So if people are not stop handing out money to people and they have no other resource but to fucking work and strive for that goal or strive for the money, they will have no other choice but to do it. But here in America, we make it easy for that type of population because we feel bad and we give, and that's what we think we're supposed to do. But yeah, they don't do it in Africa. I found this out today. And a lot of people in Africa would be scared to even take money from you. They feel like it's a juju thing. It's strange. There's a whole algorithm on
Like prison
TikTok.
rules.
Yeah, it's so
Well,
strange.
just like anything in magic, like there's always an exchange. So you don't like do a healing for somebody and not get compensated in some way. And it doesn't have to be monetarily, but there has to be an exchange. It has to be equivalent.
Yeah, yeah.
You have to balance it back out.
It's a really good
So
lesson.
just giving somebody money is like making it's like that whole idea of like the psychopath feeling like if I pay somebody, like what's it called? What's the movie?
Hitman?
No Man.
Oh.
I don't. But anyway, where he pays the person at the end and for doing something for him because he didn't want to. Like a psychopath won't let you do it for free because then they feel like they owe you something. So they would rather pay you to do something even though you are offering to do it for free. So that way they don't owe you shit.
Because it's all energy.
'Cause it's energy.
Yeah.
There is an energetic exchange, and they understand that on some kind of level.
I know magicians again. I know musicians, probably same. I know musicians that they believe, like, I think it's a saying too, and it might be like, I don't even want to quote who I think might said it, but there's like a no guitar can really play the blues unless it's been pawned a few times.
Mm.
And there's something about that kind of energetic thing of like walking into a store with a credit card and buying whatever you want and then saving up all your money for that exact same item. And the energy that you feel, it's almost like the hardest wood grows the slowest. And so I don't know. And I'm not like I put the comment up to like parenting by idiots, perhaps. No thanks. I prefer to be raised by wolves. And I'm
No
like,
country
no,
for
I
old
just am
men.
like philosophizing this idea if like the struggle of a seed like going through the darkness is what makes the flower, or this kind of alchemy idea of what, as above so below, like you gotta get up to get down. Like it just makes me wonder, like, if we were in a situation, if we're above ourselves watching ourselves, just us looking sometimes at humanity, we're like, what in the hell, like, what is going on with you guys out there? Like, what's happening?
It's a realm of desire.
For some,
mainly, if you think about it, because everything you want to do is a desire. It's like I desire. It's like,
That's why you gotta let go of
Effect.
attach. It's
yeah,
the
to
one thing the Buddhists have down. You gotta detach.
chasing something. Yeah.
Does this logic
detachment was
also
one of the
apply?
hardest.
Does this logic apply also to, like, say, Atlantis or like a mythical Tartaria where and like, energy is free and technology is at its peak and everyone just has the time to pursue other things? Now that you don't have that, like, I had to cut my teeth and I had to, beg for money and I had to go and like do all these hard things. What if you just live in a utopian Atlantean society? Like, is that possible now? Because now you don't have that hard knock life. Now everyone gets
You won't
born with a
grow.
silver spoon, no?
Yeah. And that's what I like about the law of one. It really talks about how, like, because so many people get caught up on like, why does evil exist? Why does God allow bad things to happen? But really, without all the bad shit, you would never ever be pushed to grow. Like, you don't have it's catalyst. All of it is. So I mean, every bad thing that's happened to you has forced you to fucking wither within yourself and become a victim, or B, freaking push yourself outside the boundaries that you put for yourself and make yourself grow and become stronger, like grow a thicker trunk, you know?
I don't know. It's such a weird realm because for some people, certain things that are bad for me, what I think, or for anyone, they'll think it's normal. Like everyone has different beliefs of what's good, what's bad. Some pedophiles think it's totally normal to do what they're fucking doing and it's not bad at all. It's like a weird.
Some people cried when the Queen of England died, and I cheered and thought I
Yeah,
did it.
yeah. It's just fucking weird.
I mean, it is a crazy place. I know. I don't know, and I
I
just
tell
think
people you killed the queen all the time.
they're
I
like,
have
"Oh my
zero
God, did you
doubts
hear
in
the
my head that
queen
Cheney
died?"
killed the queen.
Thank you. Such validation.
You're a powerful witch.
I have to tell you too, since it came up and it cost me this. Jim and Rachel from the Weaving Spiders sent me a care package, and it had this spleen in it, which
Oh,
is
That is
so
so funny.
Look at that. Oh my God.
cute. And they also sent me t-shirts from Flattoberfest and a deck of like celestial heavenly cards. It was really cute. So
How do they
shout
look?
out to Jim and Rachel and Weaving
Yeah,
Spiders
shout out to
web.
Jim and Rachel. They sent me some.
Weaving Spiders webs. I always say it too. I say it that it's Weaving Spiders welcome, but I want people to go to the right channel, because there was time I was putting the wrong link in places to the wrong. Not there's 2 channels, but one goes live. So, anywho, is there any other stuff you guys want to get into today?
Not
Maybe some
without taking
sleep.
another 8 hours.
Sleep? You want to get into your pillow?
Maybe, yeah. Hello.
Hello.
You want to crawl into your pillow? Something really weird, and
Hello.
shout out to my Maria, because we talk about this weird shit all the time. When you guys were little, did you think there were like little men in your pillow?
No.
Not
No.
in my pillow.
I thought they were little men, but I don't know if I thought they're
Like when I was young, and now I will not out anyone out. Well, whatever, she'll come on and say it too. When I was little, I would like listen to my pillow settle, and now I know that as an adult, it was just the feathers or whatever going on inside. But I felt like there was movement in my pillow. I was trying to sleep, and my little kid brain couldn't fathom what that was, and it was really hard for me to sleep anyway. And so it was just like this. There was a few years that like I was comfortable sleeping like this, but I didn't want to put my hands under the pillow because of who knows what was going on under there. I remember actually telling my parents one time to come lift up my pillow. Like, you're gonna have to look. So
Do you ever have worry dolls?
those little tiny braided
The little
things.
people that you sit and talk to. You tell them your worries, and then you put them under your pillow.
yeah.
So I did have little people under my pillow. I
Mm.
actually did.
Well, look at my parents are like, there's no one under your pillow, and then 2 months later, they're like, $1's there, and my tooth is gone. What life is this?
Sometimes I would wonder what the noise would be when I would have my arm under my pillow, but then I would forget it's like me stopping the blood pressure in my arm and feeling the heartbeat. But it's, just the vibration of the heartbeat. Didn't catch it right away.
Little men in the pillow. Okay. Did you guys have any stupid thing that you believed in as a kid that you were just like, as AKA
were
little
actually
man in the
people.
pillow?
I
I
thought
was-
like Fred Flintstone and stuff were actually like real people. I didn't realize, like when I found out that it was animation, I was like, my whole world was rocked. I was kind of
Same
upset.
here.
Was it bedrocked?
It was bedrocked. Man.
I've got a
That's
slightly
wild.
embarrassing one. I believed that the Guess Who pieces talked, and I remember when the commercial, like they redid the commercial, and they had to add the little thing that was like, note, like pieces do not actually talk, and someone was like, "What kind of idiot would believe that?" And I remember feeling personally attacked because I actually did think that they talked, and I was so disappointed when my friend busted it out, and I was like, "Did your parents cheap out and not get the ones where they actually talk back?" Yeah. And I was
A
like way
$1 million
too old to think
idea.
that. I was like 11, I think. So
You could make that app right now with talking faces
you could, yeah.
and do it to a next level.
Is your person black? You're like, damn it.
But it could be real life CGI people being like, you can just make up this person's not real, and you can put those faces on them and be like, me. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, you brought up Bermuda Triangle and not quicksand. I said acid rain, but you said another one. Oh yeah, combustion.
Spontaneous human combustion. Man, I was gonna say, did you get that from the Scholastic books in the library when you were a kid? Is that where
It
you
wasn't
saw it?
Scholastic, but it was like I think it was put out by either National Geographic imprint or like a Discovery type thing. But there was
Lifetime?
like one that
Lifetime
was
Life
just all
book?
on that, and one on Bigfoot, and one on
Yes.
aliens.
It was the Time and Life book series.
Yes, that was.
Yes. Yeah, I knew
Oh,
exactly because
great.
I could see the picture in my head of the walker and the feet with the slippers in it by the toilet that's burnt
Yeah,
through.
dude, it was
it's
the
always-
toilet book. Yeah.
Yep.
The toilet book.
I love that shit. I love that little like even the there was that book or the commercial that was like I feel like Thomas for some reason you have these or a couple of volumes of them. The commercial that was like, have you ever thought of someone and then the phone rang and it was them? And it was like, why do 100 people around the world say they saw an alien and they all drew a similar picture? It was like, what was that called?
Yeah.
It's like Time and Life, Secrets
That
of
was
the
for
Universe.
Yeah, it was a Time Life books and they were
Yeah, they were great because I remember the school library had them and there was one on witchcraft and I was so obsessed with it. I'd check it out all the time. And I remember like it talked about, you know how it told you you became a witch? That you'd actually walk out like in front of a goat and you would step on one hand and then you'd put your other hand in on the top of your head. So and you would say to the goat, I give you all that's between my hands, and then the goat would bite you, and the bite of the goat would be the witch's mark.
Mysteries
Wow.
of the
Try it.
Unknown. This is what it was called.
yeah.
Obsessed with that book. And then it was like one day it was gone. No, somebody checked it out and never returned it, or they decided to pull it probably because I was crazy with it.
I actually have 2 videos of this that I've made TikToks about, just the old commercials, but I'm nervous to play them on here because I feel like
Yeah.
they'll pull me down.
It probably
Mhm.
will.
It'll be like the thing that gets, it's always the
Definitely
little
covered.
weird video that you show now, and it's like, you're not allowed to do this. And it won't even be Time Life. It'll be whoever on YouTube played the Time Life. Oh, this is perfect. You can do it on this though, right? Because we're like taking enough of the screen up.
Yeah, probably should.
This
And
is
you're not
apparently
listening to
Julianne
it.
Moore in a commercial for this Time Life series.
Yeah, was it Julianne Moore?
I didn't know that.
looked
I
like
did
it.
Yeah,
not see
Julianne
her.
Moore. She's doing an out of body experience thing. Oh yeah,
No
here's
kidding.
all of them. Oh man, I remember so many.
Yeah.
Oh my
dude.
god, I remember these now.
I've looked them
Yes.
up on eBay and they are pricey.
I
I
bet.
remember putting it in my list of like, okay, girl, you'll put this on your like books to get.
We should have an episode on nostalgia.
For sure. For sure.
Can we call this and see?
Hey.
Still-
Right now, live,
let's see.
young Jamie. Oh, I love that you're doing it
Oh,
What
right
is that
now.
number?
You're doing
right
it.
Well,
there?
yeah, hold on. What is that? 553?
553.
And you can take over the mic whenever you want.
It's going to be a car warranty extension, I'm pretty sure.
Right.
It'll be Obamacare.
Da-da-da. I heard it. Disconnected.
Boo.
I got weird chills in my body, even that sound. Like I
Yeah.
felt like we were just about to OA. I almost turned into my light body. Dues and chemtrails. And
Oh, I got some massive pictures of chemtrails this week because somebody was talking about global warming the other day, and I said it doesn't exist. It's just called chemtrails. Like the shit they're dumping in the sky. That's it. Like that's what's causing all the freaking shit. Like and then like Oklahoma, it's the entire sky. It's all crosshatched like crazy. It's
Nexrad Towers is part of that. The whole weather modification, chemtrail phenomena. And weather modification has been known since, I guess, the 1900s. I posted
This one
a
I'm on
video.
board with. I'm on board with chemtrails, 100%.
Yeah, yeah.
chemtrails, weather mod.
can't deny it.
Yeah, there's
Still
this
have it.
video of this man who, I guess there was this article of like, oh my God, we haven't had rain in such a long time. So this guy's like, oh, I can make it rain. He's like, no, you can't. Yeah, I can. So he put up his towers up, and eventually it just started raining, and it rained for a period of time. And then they started throwing ads up. There's a video I think I posted. I don't know which page I posted it on. But this has been going on since the early 1900s. of
Mhm.
weather modification.
Yeah,
and
there was a
towers.
dude in California who did
Yes.
it. He built a tower, and the county paid him, and it's a
This
whole
is it.
thing. Yeah.
Yep.
hmm
I will end it unless you guys have anything to add, and I don't want to end it if you guys don't want to, but it is almost 4 hours. Last thing on the way out, what are your thoughts about gay frogs?
Astrazine.
Everybody believe in
I
gay
support
frogs?
them all. I support them all. Whatever their choices are.
I
Should we now
support
pray?
them. Huh?
I
The
do like
scientists.
the conspiracy episode is 13. I
Oh.
do like that, just for the
The-
record.
The scientists who discovered the whole frog being gay phenomena tested the chemical astrazine and found that that was the main agent that created the gay frog, apparently. And he was killed for that information, by the way.
And do you think the frogs, because they're all on a bunch of SSRIs, do you think they're shooting up schools of fish?
It's all on the table.
Do you
It's
think they
all on
can't
the
figure
table.
out who they were? Do you think there's any frogs like in the
don't
conspiracy of
remember.
the frog world that some of them are just like, we're supposed to be pollywogs, and one of them's like, we're gonna turn into frogs, we lose our tail, and the other ones are like, you're a nutcase.
Well, aren't we sort of like
We're light bodies, man. We're light bodies. Won't you
gonna
listen to me?
I'm gonna turn into my light body and jump away.
aren't we a stage of a tadpole in the beginning stages of our
Yes.
like formation? Like, don't we look like a tadpole for a little bit?
What if
It's
we're
very
just our
uncomfortable.
middle stage of our development now? Like what you're saying, we're this tadpole for a little bit, and right now we're in our polywog phase, and something's about to happen that we're about to frog.
We're about to
Bud.
frog.
I'm okay with all this as long as they're not
Like-
doing like,
Pepe.
drag dances in front of the pollywogs and the tadpoles.
Pepe le frog.
Separate the bathrooms, please.
Fair enough. Yeah, I feel like we have to make lists of everything we didn't hit. All of our audience, feel free to send us anything we didn't hit. You guys were
Birds
awesome
aren't real.
tonight. Yeah, there's
Yeah,
so
birds
many
aren't
little
real.
fun
Oh,
ones.
Yeah.
And then anyone who watches this in the future, if you want to, and you find something that we mention or that you like or that's funny, timestamp it. So then that way we can kind of keep track of what we already talked about. So when we do Conspiracy 102, it'll all be new, fresh stuff,
like that.
kind of gig. So yeah. Do you guys have anything you want to plug before we head for Z Hills?
I do. The conspiracy about AI ruling the world, and Thomas and you and I were on with him on Thursday. Anyway, you dropped an episode where we wrote a new song for the Secret Society of Good Guys, and that was really fun.
Yeah, it was paranoid programming. You can watch me and Gordy and Cheney just play around and have fun for like an hour. It was actually awesome.
It was really fun.
And the song, for anyone that here was at the beginning when we were waiting for everybody to get here before we played the intro, that is a whole different song that Thomas has been messing around with, because he has like, you can find it on SoundCloud, and he has a whole bunch of songs he's working on and a full album and everything else like that. But
Oh,
yeah,
that's
if you
right.
want
Yeah, iTunes and Spotify and all of the streaming platforms, you can get 2 albums that came out. One's called Clinton's Greatest Hits by the Sound Scientists. 14 album, like a full length album, every song about the Clintons or the Bidens. And then another one, also Sound Scientists, called Cult Classics, where every song is about a different cult. There's a Nexium, Solar Temple. There's one about Mormons. There's one about Skull and Bones. And there's a couple about Heaven's Gate and Jonestown. So if any of that sounds interesting, you can find them both. Just search for Sound Scientists on any platform. You can find all those.
Heck yeah.
and you can find all of it at paranoidamerican.com.
That would be a
Or
good
not
idea
yet?
if I somehow linked it onto the site that I also have control over. Not yet, but yeah, soon.
I do want to add something about AI real quick. I did post something earlier about certain celebrities around a pentagram and certain footage of them doing this. And in my comments, what's interesting to see, and I'm seeing a lot of, everyone's calling things fake and blaming AI. And we all knew this was going to come. And it only makes me ask the question, guys, why blame AI when that's exactly what they want you to do? Because to me, it seems like all the blackmail footage that they have of these Hollywooders, pedo shit, demonic shit, I'm pretty sure they have evidence of it. So when the shit does come out, all the masses can say is like, oh, no, this is not real. It's all AI. AI is everything now. So sometimes we have to kind of like ask the question, yes, is Hollywood capable of doing this shit? Yes, they are. Keep that in mind. Yes, they are. So it's not always AI and not always fake, but it's good to ask the question, could it be fake? Yes. But let's not start blaming AI because they want you to blame AI.
They probably didn't create anything to entertain us. Like entertain us in the way that we think entertainment is supposed to be. But I guess that is a conversation for a different day. Okay, you guys, thank you so much for hanging out with the Secret Society of Good Guys for Conspiracy 101. We had the best time. You guys are awesome. And make sure that you hit us up everywhere. You can find everyone's link on projectchaney.com. And yeah, thanks again. We love you.
Love you guys. Thanks for hanging.
Bye-bye.
So much fun. Good night.
What we used to think we knew is constantly explore the view. Our possibilities come true, so what we do is call out to the good guys. Good guys, good guys, good guys. Which is where those bigger mistakes, entertaining, calling linguists, good guys. Forum of decorum needs a secretive society to advance on philosophies intentionally, magically good guys, good guys, good guys, good guys. Which is where those mischief making, it's okay to change your thinking, good guys. Good guys, good guys.
Past email this morning. Oh, Mummy, I got my Pessy. Please run to me and let me see. Oh, she's a bunny, y'all. She's